Here for some Suyuak Kivandal Sipivandal 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 Sip.
We're back. We're back. It's time. I returned. Long have we waited. Weekend overrated. Streaming on Mondays outdated. The Tuesday stream, the return, officially has been activated. That's right. That's right. And after a long time, eons, decades of wondering, I am here, finally, to answer the internet's greatest questions about D&D. What, Evan, do we do about the state of Dungeons & Dragons? And how can we make it fun again? And I have the answer today. I'm very proud. Listen, I'm proud. I'm proud. I have the answer today. I know what to do. If you were wondering what we're going to do, I figured it out, so don't worry about it, all right? With that, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD for Fantastic Days. In fact, Tuesday, the 1st of August. I wasn't sure if it was August yet. It's August, apparently. I ignore your stretch routine. Oh, God. All right. All right. God. It's good shit. How's it going, Ashy? What's up? What's up, Ashy? What's up, B-Town? What's going on, Minako? How you doing, Jacob? How you doing, Shadowhawk? Dragonborn Industries. What's up, Bylung? Bylung, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for the tier 2 for 29 months. What's going on, Byron? How's it going, Blaze? Good to see you. Dash, are you back yet? Are you home? Are you home? What's going on, Sam? What's up? How you doing, guys? Good to see you, Guapo, Steph. Damn, everybody's here, man. Even Thorkin. Bizzo's not here, though. Apparently, she's away. She's lurking. So says her message in chat before I started stream. So, what's going on, guys? Good to see you all. Good morning. It is indeed August, and I am here to finally announce that I have figured out D&D. I have figured out how to make Dungeons & Dragons fun. What's going on, Eiley? Eiley, oh shit. Yo, what's up? How's it going, Eiley? I have figured out, my friends, how to make D&D fun again. And you know what? I've thought about this long and hard. What are we so dissatisfied with our game? What's bothering us? What is the itch under the skin of D&D? It's too easy. Nope, no, you're not, B-Town. Don't lie to me. It's too easy. Yep. Everybody's all, oh, I got a pretty dragonborn princess that needs their story told. I got a pretty half elf that you can't kill. I've got a half vampire because my daughter started reading Twilight, and then I started reading Twilight, and I'm like 64, so I would play D&D. No more of this shit. The future of D&D is D&D Dark Souls. D&D Dark Souls, that's right. If you aren't dying 5 times in a dungeon to the same mob and 30 times to a boss, you're not doing it right. So we're gonna figure out how to do this week. We're gonna figure out how to bring D&D Dark Souls into it. Because really, what else is there if we're not having if we're not having fun playing D&D? I think we're listening too much to the why is my intro song playing? Oh, it's on my playlist. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, we're playing too much into the easy D&D games. All right, we're not suffering. So I am here to bring back the suffering for D&D, and we're gonna figure out how to do it this week. We got a bunch of stuff to do. This week is going to be a concept deep dive week. We're gonna start off with some warm up. I'm gonna do a bit of a character sketch for an illustrious client. That's right. I got a commission. Somebody wanted me to do their character for the pog. So we're gonna do that for a little bit, and then I want to start doing the character races. I want to start doing the character customizations. I want to start doing the designing and figuring out how does one make a character in Eldara, because I really wanted to build some investment in the world, and I think that one of the most important things for that is being able to play in the world. So I think just maybe it's time to actually figure out how to build a character in Eldara. So I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be kind of pog. I'm gonna simplify it down to about 12 different character race options, I think. Obviously you can play whatever you want in Eldara. I think any good fantasy world that has an RPG attached to it, really values the individual contributions of players and what they want to play in the world and what they want to tell, stories they want to tell, whatever. And I think that saying like, oh, you can't be this or you can't be that, it's not a good idea, because some people want to play weird shit. Hell, I had somebody ask me to draw a commission of their bullman, not a minotaur, a bullman, doing heinous things to a crocodile man. So, I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to pick apart someone's D&D choices, you know, but what I do want to do is build a consistent canon. And so I think we're going to focus on a certain amount of like tightly condensed character options, different lands, cultures, whatever. And then if you want to play an Aarakocra, I might not have rules for playing an Aarakocra in Eldara. I might not have lore for playing an Aarakocra in Eldara. I might not in my stories ever even mention an Aarakocra for multiple reasons. One of them because Wizards of the Coast owns Aarakocra, and I can't say that word without having to pay Wizards 3 cents. So I owe you 9 cents, Wizards. But also generally like bird people, let's just say. Bird people, Avens, Aarakocras, Kenku, whatever. I might not have that in my story, but there's nothing to stop a player from playing one, you know, and it's just like your story is not necessarily always canon, and it is always canon. It's kind of interesting how settings and RPGs work, where your story is the canon story for you, you know? So I need to provide a canon that's loose enough and broad enough, but tight enough for people to play in and be invested in and tell stories in. But the world needs to have certain expanded rules, I guess, and understanding of expansion, that there is mystical lands with different things and different people and different whatever, so that you can play whatever you want, you know? I think that's important. But we're going to focus on a core like 12 or so that's just for Teleria. Obviously there'll be more as we expand out in Eldara, but just for Teleria, these are the peoples of Teleria, the ancestries, the species, the races, whatever popular RPG term you like to describe the different physical attributes of a character that have to do with their breed. I don't know, we don't have a good word yet because people don't like the word race, but they don't also like the word species, you know, so I don't know what to call people. You know, ancestry is a good word. I don't know, we got to figure out what the general D&D crowd wants to hear, because I might just start calling people breeds and just see how many people can get offended, you know. No, we're just going to use the word, I guess, race, ancestry, species, all that interchangeably. So we're the character options for Eldara. So what do you call it? Aarakocra cleric, a bird of prey. Oh god, that hurt. I was gonna say you call an Aarakocra cleric a stain, just like a stain, a splatter mark, because you know nothing like trying to fly when you got heavy armor on. Would you mind a new satyr? A satyr monk. They only have their left arm, so going astral self. I mean, you can play a satyr, Minako. Your satyr ain't canon, but your satyr's as canon as you want it to be. You know. Also, would a way the astral monk be considered an astral connected to the astral sage? No, I mean, they could be. Depends on if you want to make it lore-wise connected. So the astral sage is a class that is based off of a magical power that exists uniquely in Teleria, in Eldara. And so part of the astral sage is that it taps into a form of magic that is not really described in any other RPG besides this one that I'm building. You know, there are similarities, but it's not like the anything with the word astral in it is considered to be, you know, an astral sage. I mean, there isn't even an astral sea in Eldara. There's just space. I don't have an astral sea. I'm sorry. If you're a pro astral sea enjoyer, that's awesome. I applaud you, but there's no astral sea in my setting. There's just space, the final frontier. So I like space. I like it more than the astral sea. I think space travel is cool in fantasy settings. I'm gonna try and make it cool, even though I don't know how I'm gonna make it cool. I'm gonna make it cool. So, yeah, I mean, you could if you wanted to. Like, look, it's your story. Once you play a character in Eldara, it's your canon. It's your story. The characters that play in my games, like, I'm so pro non-making anything canon that even the players who play characters in my games, there's only one player who is considered to be canonically super canon, where this character, everything they do is canon, and that's Yuna. Excuse you. Here, I'll hold your shoe differently. The dog is under my table, so I apologize for the cries of attention as I don't hold her chew with my foot, you know, as she preferred. But yeah, so the only player who's really has a canon story in Eldara is Ella, because Ella is fully willing to work with me on canon. I mean, I guess some of Dasho's characters, his newest knight might be a fully properly canonical character, but I don't know. You know, we'll have to see what Dashto wants to do later on in the campaign, because like a player can be canon as long as they want, and then as soon as they step outside of canon with their own choices, I'm not ever going to say, hey, you sure you want to do this? Because now your story's not canonical to Eldara anymore. It's like, who cares? It's what the player wants to do. The only person who's ever like expressly said like, hey, I want my character and everything she does and everything I'm into to be a canonically to fit inside of Eldara. So you just tell me how to figure this out, and we do figure it out. And so I guess it's not within the realms of or without the realms of possibility that you could do that as just, you know, another player. But I think that's it takes the pressure off, you know. It takes the pressure off when you don't feel like your character has to be like operating within canon or whatever. It does take away a bit of the like the coolness of like, oh man, everything I do is in canon. Like, I think that's a mistake. You know, like I remember there's back in the before times, back when a D&D streamer by the name of Arcadum, before he got uber canceled, had this idea that I always thought was completely stupid, where everything that happened in his world was canonical to the world. Everything the players did was canon. And so he bragged about this. He'd be like, yo, so one time these players, they blew up a continent, and another party was on the continent. So I was just like, hey guys, I'm sorry, your characters all die in this fire explosion. And people are like, oh, that's so cool, man. That's crazy. I can't believe it. Everything you do in game is canon. That's insane. I think it's a mistake. I've always thought it was a mistake, because I think that players do dumbass shit. And what happens when your players blow up a continent? You know, like you create this like starting game where you're like, yeah, man, you want to start in this game. You want to like start in Eldara. Okay, cool. Here's your starting campaign. You know, here's the adventure. But oh, sorry. Jamie blew up the continent because he hit level 12 as a wizard and then decided to immolate everything. So all your characters died. No, not about that. So everything you do is canonical to your own story, your own version of Eldara, you know? I've kind of learned that from MMOs as well. People willing to tell stories with their characters. What madness is this? Okay. All right, Yuna. I tried to be nice. I tried to be nice to you, puppy. I let you back in. I locked you out when you were crying to get back in the room, and I held your chew for you, but you have been too vocal. No lickies. You've been too vocal. I will give you back your chew. You are being excommunicadoed. All right, you are the John Wick of this household. Goodbye, puppy. It's time. Say your farewell. All right. And the door has been shut. The door has been shut. It's over. She is dead to me. She has been excommunicadoed. Can you imagine if WoW, you blew up a continent, everyone logged on at the time would die there, be riots? Yeah. I think it's cool if you have like 4 players, but you know, if you have like an entire, I don't know, setting or whatever you want people to get invested in, I think that it's best to say that like everything you do is canonical for your own story. You know, and like for DMs too, because like let's say that I think halflings are dumb. I don't like halflings. I don't like halflings at all. I think halflings are scuffed gnomes, and why would you ever play a halfling when you can play a gnome? So let's just say that's an opinion that I go through the entirety of building Eldara with. You know, what if you want to play halfling? What if you're a DM and you're like, well, I really want to run a game in Eldara, but I like halflings and everyone doesn't like halflings. So you know what? I'm going to put halflings in my game. Great. Then in your game, canonically, halflings exist, right? So that's fine, bro. You know, you can do it. I'm fine with that. You know, the only like true master of canon that needs to worry about canon is me. Everyone else can take what they want from Eldara, change the setting as they want. And I think that's important for D&D setting and for any sort of good fantasy story setting where you're expecting people to tell stories in it. To have unknown regions, areas that are undiscovered, all that kind of stuff, whereby you know, can write your own story within it. So I'm trying to do that with Eldara, but we need to have a sort of canonical group of races, like a 10 or 12 that have specific rules, specific things designed for them that are like, if you want to play in Eldara, man, you got these options, you know? So I want to start with that today, at least a little bit. We're going to do a bit of a character sketch for Blaze, because he volunteered to be tribute in my quest to try and draw character portraits. And then we're going to draw, I want to switch it up about every day or so. I want to do multiple projects. I don't want to just work on one project all day. I realized that was kind of the death of me earlier on in the year, because it's just not the way I work usually in my own work. I don't usually sit down and work on one thing for 6 hours and just like only one thing for 6 hours. I usually bounce between projects. So I'm going to do that a little more, you know, with writing for Eldara and writing or doing concept art and stuff. We're gonna bounce around a little more, and we're just gonna chill, man. We're not gonna force it, but Either way, weekend recap. Weekend was good. I hope you guys had a good weekend. If y'all played D&D, you know, we need to talk about some stories. I did not play D&D this weekend because my other party, one of my parties was in France. What a jerk. And the other party just couldn't make it. So that's unfortunate. So I did not play D&D over the weekend. I did, however, go to the Calgary Zoo. I did go, in fact, to the Calgary Zoo. So there was that thing. You don't like halflings? What about second breakfast? You can have second breakfast and be a Goliath, man. You can have second breakfast and be a full blood orc. You can have second breakfast and be a Drakthir from World of Warcraft for all I care. Fuck halflings. There's an evolution of canonicity. Gary Gygax's player characters have been canonized over time. For example, Strahd was just the module that everyone loved. Now we have Ravnica or whatever. Yeah, you know, I think but also, how do you develop beyond that, beyond like sort of modules and stuff? How do you tell a cohesive story that people want to write stories in beyond D&D? Because like Atari, it's always in the front of in the front of my mind or the back of my mind or whatever that Eldara needs to be far more than a D&D world, and the more I make Eldara fit into the mold of D&D and modules and things like that, the more I limit it for what I want to do with it in the future. So I'm thinking about Eldara in 30 years, not Eldara in 5 years. That makes sense. So I don't know. I worry sometimes about creating modules and like canonizing players and things like that. I worry about like how that limits something that happens in 30 years, you know, which you might be, you know, you might say it's kind of dumb. You're like, Evan, why are you worried about something that happens in 30 years? I mean, you don't even have a setting that's good in 5 years. You don't have a setting that's full now. And, you know, it's fair. But I think that for me, part of what I get out of building a world and doing this whole concept art project is feeling like there is a chance that I could develop into something really special, you know, later in my life. I don't want to make decisions now it's like why I won't include any Wizard of the Coast IP stuff into it. You could write a module for D&D that has Wizard of the Coast stuff, and I could include Beholders and Aarakocra and other Wizards of the Coast things. I can't think of any on top of my head that are good. So I could do that, but then what happens when in 20 years someone wants to make a movie of your setting? And you're like, fuck, well, you know, the big villain from my first adventure that they want to make the story of was a Beholder, and I don't own Beholders, so what do I do? You know? I do the best parts versions of campaigns, so I take very cool epic parts things and make them canon and going forward in the same setting. Yeah, and like I'm totally hopeful, Shadowhawk, that if I create this like campaign guide of how to run a campaign in my setting called Eldara, I would love my dream is for people to say, hey, this is cool enough that I want to tell my story, and so I want to like run a campaign in Eldara. But I also really hope the people who are other DMs who have their own settings want to like maybe take their players to Eldara for a little bit to like on some plane hopping or whatever, to then have an adventure and go back to their own campaign. Or they want to take cool things like I have a region in my world called the Shattered Sea. If you want to take the Shattered Sea and put it into your game, like I'm totally cool with that. I think it'd be awesome for people to like take those things out of Eldara that they like and use them in their own games for whatever you think is valuable, and then discard whatever you don't think is valuable, you know? It exists in Warhammer exists. I've died like died IRL 15 times. Long story. That sounds tragic and painful. Bigger and more expensive books. Yeah, that's the idea. I don't know. Watched the D&D movie again today. It was fun. Did you like it the second time, Donut? Was it as good the second time, or was it I don't know. What'd you think of it? Change Beholder to Beholder. Done. If I have a Beholder, then I still owe Wizards 30 cents because I'm pretty sure they own Beholder and Beholder, right? I hate the Jordan hats. Wait, I hate the Jordan hats like yours because the emblem looks like they're gonna fall off. No offense, looks good, just lazy craftsmanship. Rather it be Stitch. You don't like it? Damn, that's too bad. I'm offended. The third time today, still love it just as much. That's good. I'm glad, because sometimes I feel like you watch a movie like too soon, you know, from like when you watched it last, and you're like, right? And then you kind of like it like spoils it a little bit for you. You know what I mean? I don't know. It happens to me sometimes. So I don't like to watch movies too soon after I've seen them, if that makes sense. The only movie that I can watch as many times as I want without ever having any sense of like a degradation of love for it is Star Wars. actually Harry Potter too as well for some reason. I'm not like the biggest Harry Potter fan in the world, but I will like I still like, you know, I'm a Harry Potter enjoyer. But I could watch those movies and not get bored of them. But Star Wars, man, something about Star Wars, I can watch the same Star Wars movie over and over again. Like I could watch like episode 1, and then the next day Ella could be like, hey, do you want to start Star Wars? I'm like, sure. And we could watch episode 1 again. I wouldn't, you know, I don't know. But like other movies that I enjoy, I always feel like
visitors, how exciting.
Yeah, like they kind of get spoiled or whatever. How to be Kitty, what's going on? Thank you for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. Welcome in, guys. What were y'all doing today? Last scene playing, wait, what is Monster Crown? Hold up, what the hell's Monster Crown? Is this like some Monster Hunter shit? Here comes the boom. What's up, Hanabi? Dude, the literal fireworks cat. What's going on, Kitty? It's like Pokemon? Is it like Pokemon but better? Or is it how on a scale of Pokemon to Dark Souls? How yeah, that sounds good, dude. Yo, if you guys aren't following Hanabi Kitty, you can change that. And you too can be part of the fireworks celebration. Or whatever, you know, Hanabi's doing on, I don't know what I'm supposed to call you, Hanabi or Kitty. I don't know. I can't find a good name for that, like a good shortenings. I don't like to full name people. You know what it feels like? You full name somebody on Twitch. It feels like you're like mad at them. It feels like your mom full naming you. Like, you know, I go into somebody's chat, Hanabi, and they're like, yo, what's up, Evan Blair Art? And I'm like, what did I do? I'm sorry, what did I do? Oh shit, oh no, it's my Twitch name. Oh, okay. You know, like, I don't know, just like Guns of the Hellgas. I mean, that's pretty wicked though. I could full name you. So Hanabi equals Shiri? Sheer? S-H-I-R. How the fuck do you pronounce Sheer? Is that Sheer? Am I saying that? I don't know, but I don't, dude, I don't want to nickname people. I don't want to, like, you know? It's like, cause like, it's like if my friend Mendari comes in, I don't be like, yo, what's up, Faye? Cause people are like, yo, what's a Faye? So, I don't know. Either way, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. If you guys aren't following Hanabi, you should change that. It's a good time all the time. Does recommend for everyone from Hanabi stream. Welcome in. We're just discussing world building, actually. I was trying to remember what the fuck we were talking about before the D&D movie came up, but world building and our theory going forward for building out a fantasy world that people can actually play D&D in and I don't know, enjoy or whatever. And then we're gonna also do some art thing. So you're gonna be beholder if they're brave enough, stick your hand in the red. No, we're not okay. I bet Watch doesn't own the re-releaser. The releaser. Blaze, I don't care. Okay, why did I scroll back up? I shouldn't have scrolled back up. This was a mistake. All right. Hate to raid and run. Nope, you got it, dude. Go do what you got to do. Go get some food. Good luck with your own D&D work today, whatever it is. Remember to TPK the party. Support your local artists. TPK your party early and often, and I'll catch you around. So have a great rest of your day. But yes, I think that we might look at the various options, you know, the various race options today and plan them out a little bit, because I need some other interesting, like I need to create in my mind what looks good when you do a panning shot across the city. So like here's example. I'll show you the example. Rogue One Jeddah, not Jedi. Jeddah. I need a good panning shot here. Where is it? Where is it? No, that's just Jin fighting a bunch of people and shooting them. Okay, well, whatever. You know, like Rogue One, the scene at the very beginning where Cassian's walking through the streets. What's up, Amma? Thanks for, you like this shirt? Are you into Final Fantasy games? Damn, Amma. Holy shit. But yeah, you know the beginning scene of Rogue One where they're going through Jeddah and you see all these different people and there's like all these different silhouettes and all these different, like, you know, I guess types of people and types of clothing, cultures, species, whatever. I want to have that sort of setting, that sort of sense of like there's tons of different people here and it's not like it's a human-centric world or whatever. But I feel like you need to develop a good breadth of silhouettes and kind of like character archetypes and whatnot within your races. So D&D, I find that when people are creating, and I fall into this trap too, when people are creating character options for you to play, I find that it's kind of like Final Fantasy 14, where everyone's just like, it's like, I don't play anything that's not attractive or that I don't personally relate to or whatever. It's like, okay, sure, that's fine, but you know, there's a necessity to create more than just, it's like the Ithorian in Star Wars. We need our Ithorian. The Ithorian in Star Wars is one of my favorite aliens. He looks like this. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. We need our Ithorian in Eldara. There has to be an Ithorian. Will anyone want to play the Ithorian? Likely not, except for that weird dude that is in his 50s and has played D&D since 2nd edition. All right, that person loves the Ithorian because they like to be cool, weird monster, whatever. Maybe some bro from the old 80s sci-fi scene. But we need to have the Ithorian, regardless of if people will play the Ithorian or not, because the Ithorian is an important part of the cast of characters that you will see within your world. So I like started thinking about the core of what we need, and I think I'm renaming everything to remove the baggage, I guess, attached to everything. So right now we have elves, dwarves, gnomes, orcs, tieflings, fox folk, dragon folk, moth folk, rabbit folk, cat folk, merfolk, and big boys. And so we need like 3 or 4 more options that we can introduce into the world as our core starting racers or whatever, that have that same kind of energy as like the Mos Eisley Cantina, the cool characters that would make for interesting NPCs, but people might not want to use them, you know. So I don't know. That's the point we're at right now. Is the only way to play. Love me some angry, scruffy Goliaths. Yeah, we need some angrier, scruffier Goliaths like Ithorians. Don't call me like that. I'm not 50 yet. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, it's fine. Listen, us 2nd edition players got to stick together. So you have boar folk. We don't have any boar folk yet. I haven't thought. I've never found a good way to sort of anthropomorphize boar folk into a way where they are mostly human in a convincing way. You know, there's certain animal, like the wild races that I haven't figured out how to make into, I don't know, an appealing or an interesting, because like it's like my problem with the Luxodon. The Luxodon are just elephants, and it's like, do you really just want an elephant in your world? I don't know, man. Like, you could have an elephant, but does the elephant need to really talk to you? You know, like what's wrong with just having elephants? Grab me up, Evan. I'm glad, B-Town. I'm glad you're here, bro. Just shouting random words. Don't take it too seriously. I take everything seriously. This is a deep discussion on world building where we're trying to figure out how to make Ithorians in our D&D game. I take everything seriously. And why are all these Ithorian Lego pieces? Oh, because of the Mos Eisley Cantina. I get it. Fuck, I want the Mos Eisley Cantina set so bad. I have nowhere to put it though, so I probably wouldn't ever buy it. And it's also like $600. But that's why there's the Ithorian Lego pieces. Oh, okay. That's right. I remember now. Okay. But anyway, so we gotta figure that out today. But first, I wanted to do a little bit of a warm-up today and do some character sketching. Because if I don't get my character sketches done, I don't know, man. There's like some punishment. There's like some dramatic punishment that I need to think of. I feel like I need to start thinking more in a sense of like deadlines for myself in like a stressful corporate environment, you know? Like I got to start thinking about where, when I miss a deadline or whatever, like what, like I need someone to be like a manager or whatever to like come and tell me that they need something on their desk by a certain time. But the problem is all the mods have other responsibilities, so I can't have a manager mod. My corporate mod is already our mod HR, so I guess I need to find more mods then if that's the case. So. I need a story for this character, but Blaze, by the way. Blaze offered to volunteer for my character sketching practice, one of his characters, so that's who we're drawing today. That's what we're doing for the warm-up today. And then we'll get into the hardcore concept world building in a little bit and trying to figure out which races we want to actually include in the game. Because obviously people are going to use their own D&D races as well. Like you know, you're going to get your halflings and your Goliaths and your, I don't know, what else is Wizards of the Coast own? Tieflings? Well, I'll have my own Tieflings, because I think that the most important thing with the Tiefling is the aesthetics. I don't actually think that people like to play Tieflings because of the lore in general. I think a lot of people like to play Tieflings because of the lore, but they're a minority. You know, the vast majority of people who I find play Tieflings because of how they look aesthetically and how they fit into the vibe of their game. So we got to match that without trying to go super deep into it, into like the Wizards of the Coast territory or whatever. But that'll be an option available for people. I think that it's also important to have, you know, like I said, room for the other fantasy races that Wizards of the Coast already has, or whatever people want to play. You know, because there's certain things that are like archetypical heroes or fit into a story or whatever that I think are important. You know, like I have a friend who's very into like Eastern mythologies, and she's very much a like Chinese mythos enjoyer, and her favorite like story or whatever is, what is it called, like Journey West or whatever, Journey to the West. I don't know. It's the whole shit about like Monkey King. And so she really loves playing like monkey characters or whatever in fantasy stories. You know, and like she's gonna play, if we get a chance to play D&D together, which we honestly never have, which is crazy. She's gonna play like a Wukong Monkey King kind of character. And there needs to be room for that in the game, you know, room, not necessarily officially canonically, but I want the canon to describe that there are lots of unique peoples and cultures that are unseen or poorly recorded or whatever, that so much so that whenever you see someone that doesn't like fit into the historical narrative of like these people or that people from this land or that land, that you're not surprised, basically, right? Journey to the West. I couldn't remember if it was Journey to the East or Journey to the West, you know, or whatever, Odyssey to the, I don't know. But yeah, I've got a friend who really likes that kind of shit. I don't know. They're like a weeb ama, but for ancient Chinese mythology. It's weird. So I need to have like room for that person to play the kind of character they want in their kind of fantasy, without necessarily, because I think having a tight canon is important, but also you're not going to get people invested in your world unless they can play what they want. In a culture like we have, where people aren't really interested in the uniquenesses of a world that are restrictive, they're only interested in the uniquenesses that are, I don't know what the right word, what's the other word? Expansive. There we go. I was weeb for mythology because of Yu-Gi-Oh. You're also weeb for mythology? Oh god. You're not old enough to have played Age of Mythology. Stop it. I don't want to hear Zoomers talking about mythology unless you were old enough to sit around watching fucking Shaolin Showdown on Saturday mornings, playing Age of Mythology, playing Egypt because you don't know how the fucking faith system in the Norse work or whatever. They have to like fight people to gain faith or whatever that resource is that you can summon mythological shit with. Nah, man. Always about the Greeks or the Egyptians. You build statues or you have dudes praying. That's all you need. I miss Age of Mythology. But also Yu-Gi-Oh! Damn. That moment when you realize that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Mythology isn't true. You're like, what? The pharaohs of old in Egypt didn't play shadow games? God damn it. I've been lied to. And you're kind of mad, but also, you know, it's just the way it goes. I fucking love Shaolin Showdown. I played StarCraft before it was competitive. Stop. StarCraft was always competitive. Now I know you're lying. StarCraft was always competitive. You play StarCraft 1 or StarCraft 2 is always competitive. My first esports experiences were with StarCraft 1, and my first real esports experiences were StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 esports was my favorite time to be into video games. I was actually thinking about this yesterday. You guys ever feel like games suck now? You know, like games just aren't as good as they used to be. And part of me feels like that's just our generation becoming old. But I really legitimately feel recently like I've sort of like solidified my opinion that games actually do kind of suck now. More than they used to, at least. And but like, as sad as it makes me, I'm still really happy that I was there for like the StarCraft 2 esports days. You know? Still hope Pokemon. Me too, unfortunately. I'm still playing. Wait, hold on. I gotta send Ella the gift in Pokemon Go this morning. I forgot to. Hold on, I gotta go friends. Allie, send gift. Wait, I gotta send her a gift from the zoo. Let's do, wait, it's not load. Let's do this one. Okay, I'm gonna send her this gift. There we go. Okay, and we'll see if we get our lucky trade today. Maybe we'll get a lucky trade. I don't know. Last time we got a lucky trade, we traded our shiny Charizards and got lucky shiny Charizards. And the next time we get a lucky trade, guaranteed, we're gonna trade our shiny Salamences. So, add you, sure. Of course you can add Ella and I, Ama. Hold on. Where's the copy trainer code, Discord, DMs? Where the fuck are you, Ama? Oh god, you're such a weeb. I can't stand you. Holy shit. You're my favorite person simultaneously and... Okay, alright, never mind. There you go, okay. Alright. There. Alright, add me, Ama. I'll send you gifts most days, at least when I remember. You played WoW before it was an MMO? Yeah. I remember Warcraft before it was an MMO. No, but like, actually, I really remember when esports were like a thing that people were really excited about, and I'm just happy I was there for it, you know? Even if it's different now, even if it kind of sucks, even if like, you know, leagues have like league-based esports. I don't mean League of Legends, but league-based esports like Overwatch League, Call of Duty League. What's the fucking League of Legends? LCS leagues. Even if those are all beginning to fail, I'm still glad I was there for it, to see it when it was at its prime and is at its pinnacle, you know? I think they're worse. Used to play games on dedicated servers with same people, built friends and communities. Now everything is designed around randomized matchmaking, and there's no sense of community, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean that's so that to me is an issue. It's not as great of an issue as I think like the monetization has impacted games, but it is definitely something that I miss. You know, I miss the community, but I think the community still exists though. Like, realistically, I thought community in games was dead until I started playing Final Fantasy 14, and I was like, holy shit, people still play games together. You know, but that's like it's becoming more and more niche. That's definitely an issue. It's becoming less mainstream for a game to be multiplayer, like truly community focused multiplayer. But like game monetization just sucks now, you know. The amount of like games that I used to like to play that are now pay to win. I mean, even Warcraft is pay to win, for fuck's sakes. And I still love Warcraft. But you know, that's just the way they go. That's the way it is. And I'm glad I was there to see it. I'm glad I was there for those BlizzCons where you could go watch StarCraft 2 and go watch Heroes of the Storm and go watch Hearthstone and go watch Warcraft Arena. I'm glad I was there for games when was the high point of games, really? And I guess everyone's gonna have a different answer. My personal opinion was probably around 2010, around that like era, when games were like so good and the technology had like gotten games to be so like pristine and polished and beautiful and fun, and the budgets were huge, and RPGs were amazing, and multiplayer games were on fire, and monetization hadn't yet become the villain that it is now. But as sad as it makes me, as sad as I was yesterday, listening to like old World of Warcraft soundtracks. What made me like sort of feel happy or whatever in the moment was remembering that I was there to see it, right? Maybe a little monetization is creating those niches. Wait, might be that the monetization is creating those niches via sunk cost fallacy. No one wants to go join the SWTOR community because they all have to give up their Final Fantasy stuff. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, like, sunk cost is so... I definitely feel like I played a lot more Warcraft than maybe I should have, Ashy, because of sunk cost. You know, and I very much enjoy... I wish, Ashy, that Final Fantasy 14 could take some of the collectors, like, collection meta notes from Warcraft. If like Glam turned into Warcraft transmog, and there was some sort of like tracking completionism add-on sort of feature in Final Fantasy, because you can't install add-ons in Final Fantasy, you know, like all the things or whatever, I would play Final Fantasy so much more. But you know, it doesn't, and that's tragic. But it is kind of nice though in Final Fantasy 14 I don't have any sunk cost whatsoever, where I will buy things or do things in the game that I want, and I'm never like worried about, oh, I should do this because then I can get the whatever later on, you know. And so I'm playing an MMO after you've been a victim of your own sunk cost is so liberating and fun, you know. Now you think right now, B-Town? The Hypepost game was 1983 at Starbase 1 in Legacy, Washington. Okay, grandfather. All right, listen. You know, just because you're right. All right, just because these kids have no idea. Now, actually, Atari, unironically, I would make a case if I was to talk about some of the greatest, like what was the greatest point in gaming. I might actually make a case for, like, and I would defend a case for the arcade days to be the greatest point in video gaming. I would definitely make a case for that, because I really think that the arcades, like what, I'm so glad that I got to experience that at least a little bit. The days of arcades, like I was on the very tail end of it, being born in 1990, but there were still arcades, you know, back in the early and mid 90s. They still existed. You still go somewhere and it's like you knew that the arcade on a Friday night was running Mortal Kombat tournaments or whatever. You knew that there were people playing these games and that you could like jump in and find a group for Gauntlet Legends or something like that, right? Arcades are still a thing, aren't they? I mean, they are. It's just not to the same extent. Like a lot of the arcade games. So if you go to like the biggest arcades around where I live are called the Rec Room, and I think it's similar to Dave & Buster's, but those arcades are less about like going and finding a game that you can play. Like think of like old arcade cabinet games, like I don't know, your oldest vintage ones like Tron and Asteroids and whatever, or your more like contemporary loosely used arcade games like the Simpsons arcade games, Gauntlet Legends, things like that. Those kind of games they don't really exist anymore in the arcades. The arcade games are mostly like sort of arcade carnival games, if that makes sense. Which is fine. Those are really fun. Those have like a space in the arcade, but you won't find the games like developed for arcades. The only places where the arcade scene is really still alive for like narrative or like deep gameplay is in Japan, and I love Japanese arcades for that. Although they are starting to fade with the Sega arcades closing around Tokyo, and with Namco not developing as many games for it. You know, it is starting to fail, which is sad, but it still exists there. I do too, Cobalt. I think now's a great time. The technology is making games so obtainable now. Huge budgets are necessary. So yeah, and you could make a case for the best days are yet to come, or the best days are right now, because budgets are, and technology is making great gameplay more accessible. 100%. You know, my personal gripe with the modern gaming is that the monetization has gone out of hand, basically. And that, unfortunately, you can make a case for modern games being great, but the problem is that you get great games like, you know, Diablo or Fortnite or whatever, and monetization is just ruining them, so... World's Largest Park Man at high scores, take a picture and post it. Yeah, true. I have a friend that goes to a place in Michigan that has more Japanese type arcades. I think there's one in Kentucky. That'd be sick. Like, honestly, those games are so fun. There's a whole meta in Japanese arcades around like which floor you play on. Because like the newer games are on like the lower floors, and as you go play like the older games or whatever on higher floors. I don't know. The crowd like changes. Then there's always the like the rhythm game floor. And like Japanese rhythm gamers are intense. They do not mess around whatsoever. All right, you show up to the rhythm game floor in the arcade. There's like there'll be like a dude there with like a backpack, like 5 water bottles, like 2 Pocari sweats. Dude's wearing like full athletic gear, head sweatband, has like specially designed like gloves with like pressure pads on the places that you hit the machines, because all the rhythm games are now like fucking rings and shit. It's intense, man. The rhythm gamers in Japan are some of the most serious crowd I've ever seen. They don't mess around. They're there for one reason and one reason only, and if you talk to them, man, they're not about that. They just want to play their game, get their high score, and see you never. And I respect it, you know? Definitely in a lot of the games that I play, or the types of games that I play, now is definitely not the high point in games. But like there are games like Final Fantasy. I mean, FanFest was over the weekend just now, and I'm really excited for Dawn Trail. I think that Final Fantasy 14 is consistently delivering a product to their community that the community really loves. So there is still hope and optimism, you know. And like as much as I am not playing World of Warcraft right now, I think World of Warcraft's really good right now. So things are starting to get better, you know? Things are showing up. Things are getting better. But I do miss those early days. I do miss old Warcraft. I do miss old, you know, like back when like Aeon and Guild Wars and there was like other MMOs around. So no trombone champ in Japan. Yeah, there's no trombone champs. Places are called Round 1. Oh, I've seen the logo for that. Yeah. Wait, that's an arcade? I thought it was like a bowling alley or something like that. There's a cool chain of bars in Amsterdam with a lot of nice artisan beers. It has a lot of old school arcade machines, a bunch of board games you can play for free. That's sick, dude. I love that. The retro bars or whatever. Like one of my favorite games in the world is pinball, and I'm so glad that pinball has made like a resurgence for like pinball bars and stuff. When I have a larger space and I'm able to afford one, like when I have a disposable $5,000, I am buying a Star Wars Empire Strikes Back pinball machine. I'm buying it and I'm apologizing to no one. Don't forget to post 3 theories on what you think jobs are. Oh, obviously the painter job. Obviously Blitzball, you know, because no, there's no Blitzball. Obviously a paintermancer, a green mage, and obviously Ashy, it's going to be a pirate, you know, some sort of pirate, swashbuckler, corsair, because when the Warrior of Light was holding on to the invisible imaginary sword during the teaser trailer, you know that if there was some sort of cutlass there, it would have been obvious. Also, I think that in the actual animation, when we get the full trailer, Ashy, the Warrior of Light is not going to be using that weird straight short sword. The Warrior of Light's going to be using a cutlass and maybe have a pistol, and it's going to be PogChamp because you're going to be a pirate this expansion. Or not, who cares? Round1USA.com is the website. Is it like a big chain, really? You'll get a quick 20k views on YouTube if I post my theories. Wow. I thought I was so clever when Yoshi P's shirt was the Ninja Turtles. I was like, the Ninja Turtles are all named after famous artists. No one knows this stuff. Maybe I'll be the first to... Oh, wait, everyone already knows it. Never mind. I was late. I failed, Ashy. I could have had my Final Fantasy 14 clout, and I threw it all away. You buy a pinball machine that has Empire Strikes Back, but it's a TV screen arcade. I've seen that. I don't know. I kind of want like a full size pinball machine, like a physical one. I forget the name of the company that makes them, but you can order them. You can just like straight up buy them. What was the company? What was it? Stern. Yeah, Stern pinball machines. So you can just straight up buy pinball machines from Stern, like directly. Shop. No, stop. I want to buy a pinball machine. Buy a game. Jurassic Park's pretty good. There's a new Star Wars game. Pretty good. Star Wars Home Edition, Comic Home Edition. Wait, do they not have them available anymore? Oh no. Oh no. I can't get. Oh man. All right, well, I can still get this one, I guess. But yeah, that's $5,000, so I probably won't get it this week. You know, 5,000 is a lot of dollars, especially in American. Because 5,000 American dollars, that's like you could buy a Tim Hortons and an island in Nunavut in Canada with $5,000. So Archimon has the one I was talking about. I've seen those. They're about $1,000 though, right? Blessing the Crumb. Thank you, Crimson. How's it going, bro? What's up, Von Buki? Pinball auction here recently. I missed out on Elvira Scared Stiff machine. That's pretty good. I remember that machine. I can think of the front faceplate for it. They used to have one in the Red Robin that I used to go to when I was a kid. I love pinball. I love pinball like Sir Cobalt likes root beer. Or like Ashy likes hot takes. I love pinball like D&D players like to complain on Reddit. I love pinball like Warcraft players love the trading post. I love pinball like Blaze enjoys Magic the Gathering cards with pretty girls with swords on them. That's serious, man. 600? Yeah, it's like 1,000 Canadian. Pinball's the best. There's a huge pinball gaming con in Vancouver, right? Is there? I know there was a big one, like a huge pinball gaming convention, but I thought it was in Las Vegas. I could be wrong. Maybe if there is one in Vancouver, that'd be dope. Vancouver's easy to get to. I was actually thinking about doing a road trip to Vancouver with Ella, because we're like under 10 hours away from Vancouver. It'd be a long ass day trip, but Ella and I could take a day trip to Vancouver, or sorry, a day drive to Vancouver. More than a day trip, obviously. The problem I always have with driving to Vancouver, though, where I live in Alberta, is that the drive there is really pretty and awesome and fun. The drive home is just like annoying, because you drive through the mountains, the majestic Canadian Rockies, through the Okanagan Valley, across the Great Plains of the Coquihalla, and you see it all, and it's beautiful and majestic. You get to Vancouver, and you descend into the Fraser River Valley, and you see the glittering lights of Burnaby and beyond, the shining city, the vermilion waters of Vancouver. You know, encased in rain clouds, but that's okay. It's okay. And then, unfortunately, it's a whole lot less majestic and magical when you're driving home, because you've already fucking seen it. So, you know, I love pinball like 14-year-old boys love Pornhub. Jesus. Okay, that's good. All right, that's good. Get that true. The beauty cards, pretty girls, and swords are awesome. That's true. See? The man knows what the man wants in life, and I appreciate that. My man, he knows. Vancouver Retro Gaming. Interesting. Largest pinball collection in Vegas, but I'm not sure about the conventions. I assumed that the convention was at that place in Vegas, which I've never actually, excuse me, I've never actually been to. I've never been there. I've been to Las Vegas many times, but I've never been to the Pinball Hall of Fame. Where the fuck is it actually? Pinball Hall of Fame. All right, where is this shit? Oh, wait. That's actually super easy. That's right across the street from Mandalay Bay? Oh, fuck. I could walk there. Yo, you could actually fucking walk there. Yeah, dude, that's that's super easy. That'd be like an annoying walk, but you could walk there from Mandalay. That's not that bad. Huh. Interesting. Okay, I might go there next time in Las Vegas. I might be in Las Vegas this winter for a friend's wedding. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure if Ella and I will make it swing or make it work, but because like everything's more expensive now. Las Vegas used to, for a week, used to be a $2,000 trip. Now Las Vegas for a week is substantially more. So 20,000 square feet of pinball. What's up, entities? Me too lazy to edit my own clips. Also me editing the clips so Evan can go viral. Please don't edit clips of me with hot Final Fantasy 14 takes, Ashy. At least edit yourself reacting to them, okay? Oh, Eunice crying to get back in here. Should I let her back in? Okay, one sec. I'll let the baby back in. We'll see if she's good. Una. Hi. Hello. Puppy. Hello. Where'd you do? Okay. Alright, fine. Alright, you brought me your chew. Are you gonna be good? Are you gonna scream this time if I don't hold it right for you? Will you be a good puppy for me? Will you be a good girl? No, I know you want your chew. Can you be a good girl? Is it within your powers? Yeah, okay, alright, I get it. Your chew. You've been waiting. Okay, there you go. There's your chew. Sometimes more fun to edit others. Is it, Amma? Is it? I've never edited a clip in my entire life. Not my own. Not others. I've never edited a channel trailer, a channel video. Nothing. I've never edited any sort of video content for myself, which is why I'm a nobody streamer still. So, TwitchCon is in Las Vegas. Yeah, I really wanted to go to TwitchCon this year, but again, it's fucking expensive. So, I don't know, man. I would go to TwitchCon if I knew some of my friends were going to TwitchCon. Like, if I knew my VTuber friends are going to TwitchCon, we got all take pictures like Nemu with our VTuber masks on, you know, but it, like Teehee, we all know what each other looks like in real life because we're tight like that. We're the girl bosses. Then I'd go to TwitchCon. Because unfortunately, all my D&D streamer friends aren't going to TwitchCon because they're all going to Gen Con. See, Gen Con is the D&D TwitchCon of Twitch, of D&D Twitch. So, like, Careful Cantrip, Mendari, is Phoenix going? I don't remember. Robert, like everybody in the D&D Twitch is going to Gen Con, but I don't want to go to Gen Con this year. That shit's that's rough to get into. So I had TwitchCon, but I don't know, man. I don't think it's gonna happen this year. Maybe next year. Las Vegas is a great place to have TwitchCon, though. Isn't Gen Con currently ongoing? Like, it's this weekend. that is going to be happening. I think it is this weekend or next. Maybe I just visit for one day to TwitchCon. Yeah. Let's make plans to go at some point in the future, but not this year. It's too expensive this year. And then we'll go and we'll play D&D in the hotel. It'll be Pog. We'll get Ashy to bring snacks and shit. We'll get Ella to make us all custom dice sets. And we'll go to TwitchCon, but we won't wear our badges, so no one will know who we are. No one will know that I'm Evangeline, Ama. No one will know, except for one person who comes up and asks and says, T, Evangeline, can I get a picture? I'll be like, shh. Shh. You know how it is, right? Yeah, you got it. Yup. That's the way it goes, man. I did want to go to TwitchCon this year really badly. But, I don't know. Everything's more expensive, man. Y'all notice that shit? It's like inflation or something, bro. I went to get gas today. Or yesterday, I want to get gas, and it was $60 American, man. Me dressing as Evangeline to throw out the paparazzi. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait. The first ever Evangeline cosplay. All right, I'll dress as Ama. I'll dress as Ama with long hair. Remember, like old Ama, like when Ama was cool, with like front horns instead of side horns. Yeah, I miss old Ama. Ama changed. Bring a bag of gold to get gas. Yeah, dude. Oh my god, I went to Costco. It was so much more expensive at regular gas stations. I went to the fucking Costco gas station, bro, and that shit was still $60 US. It was like 80 Canadian, like 80 right on the dot. I got back in the car and Ella was like, "How much was it?" And I was like, "Too much. Too much. We're not going out." We have this like carbon tax thing in Canada now on our fuel as well. So it's like way more expensive for no reason. Because we're supposed to get electric cars. And I'm down to get an electric car if they weren't $40,000. And if I could like trade in my car to get an electric car, I'd do it. I don't know. I don't know how our carbon tax is supposed to work, but apparently it's supposed to incentivize us to get electric cars. It's not working. It just makes gas expensive. But that's okay. Because who needs to leave your house anyway? Right? Who needs to leave your house when you have Baldur's Gate 3 coming out soon? Dude, they're doing that here too? That's rough. You say carbon tax all the moments feel, or at the moment feels like punishing people that can't afford an electric car rather than instead to get one. Doesn't really fix the problem right now. Well, to be fair, I am poor enough to get a carbon tax rebate check from the government, so there's that. You know? Electric cars are super expensive here. It's not possible for most people to own them. How much is a Tesla? Or like, what's the cheapest you can get an electric car for? Like some Kia or some shit. You know? I need to like... I mean, I should start riding a horse everywhere. I do live in Canada, so I can swing it. There are still places in small towns with like hitching posts for horses around where I live. Out into the prairies, man. People still ride their horses around. They're like, fuck that, I ain't going into town to get paying for gas. A lot of the small ranching towns. Let's ride up, bro. Go in really kind of mediocre shape, and how long it'll last? Probably about 30,000 USD. Man, why everything gotta be expensive? Bro, you know, you want to know how inflation's really affecting me? I went yesterday. Ella said, Evan, it's time. And I said, time for what? And she said, it's time for grocery store cake. And I was like, I understand the mission. And so I drove from my house. I drove to the local Safeway. And I bought grocery store cake. You know, it comes in that like plastic, like shell thingy. Right? And it's like a little slice of cake. That bitch was $5. Okay? And normally it's $4. It used to be $4 for the big slice. All right? And now it's $5 for a slightly smaller slice. It's like, how's a brother supposed to afford? How is a brother supposed to afford this shit, man? When I can't even buy my grocery store cake for $4 for a big slice. Cause like Ella and I buy it and we split that shit. All right, I split this shit. We both looked at our plate and we were like, what are we doing with our lives? What are we doing with our lives that has led us to this point where we're dealing with this amount of grocery store cake? You know, these are the real important things, man, that you got to think about. Right? Google says the Citroen Ami is the cheapest one, coming in at 7,000 pounds or EUs. I don't know what that is. I think that's pounds. Technically, it isn't a car. It's maxed out at 28 mph. That's yeah, that's not a car. That's that's rough, man. Shrinkflation, when you reduce the quantity of stuff to keep the price the same, where functionally you're just still getting less product for the money. Yeah. Yeah, what's up with this? Who do I blame? Is there any way I can trace this back to Facebook? Can this be Facebook's fault? Because I'd feel really good about blaming Facebook. I haven't blamed Facebook for anything in a while. Man, it's hard out here. I was a DM for the first time yesterday. Dude, congratulations. It was fine. I didn't play with dice, but I'll play it with it next time. My first campaign, once I learn the full rules. Congratulations, dude. That sounds like fun. How did you find your first experiencing DMing? What was your favorite part about it? How did your players respond to it? Because I love when people take the initiative to try DMing for the first time. A lot of people are scared of DMing. I don't know why. So I hear people who are taking their first DM strides, and I'm always like, yes, go into the wilderness. Mark Zuck was fun plays with everything. Yeah, if Lizard Man wouldn't stop ruining my life, then I'd be happier, Amma. Damn lizard people. Thanks, Obama. Yeah, I'm Canadian though. I can't blame Obama. I'm Canadian, man. Thanks, Brandon. I think I'll just keep. You know what? I'm good blaming Facebook. I'm fine getting mad at Facebook or the New World, the Amazon Studios New World devs. I haven't blamed them for anything in a long time either. So. As an MMO player, I think I'll blame them and also Asmongold. Yeah, that's who I'm gonna blame for everything this week. Citroen Ami tops out at 28 miles per hour and 43 miles on a charge. You couldn't even do a 2-hour-long trip with this thing? That's unfortunate. I'll say part one of being a DM is you never really fully know what you're doing. You're just going fast. You just get faster doing it. True. Dude, playing D&D to me is so much more fun when you're DMing than when you're like playing as a character. I deeply love it. And honestly, I had to realize this a couple years ago, but I actually don't even like playing as a character as much. That if I have time to play D&D, I'm going to be running a game and not playing in it. Is that weird? Because everybody that I always talk to who are like forever DMs are always just like, ugh, forever DM. I started DMing for my party and then they maybe DM for the rest of my life. But I'm like, man, that's sick. What are you talking about? That sounds dope. You know? It was fun, responsive, went on wild things. We set a basic story, but I also just side things. My main issue is trying to get players to go on adventures, but I'm turned to medieval roleplay. Yeah, I mean, I'll always tell your players to create characters that want to go on adventures. If you're having a difficult time getting your players to actually want to adventure, just remind them that they're like supposed to be creating characters that want to go on adventures. That's one of my like requirements. What smells like it's burning? Hold up, one sec. Something smells burning. We're good. House is not on fire. Yep. House is not on fire. Ella's just home, apparently. Ella's home, and I didn't realize that. And she turned the barbecue on. So what I'm smelling is charred barbecue. Alright, we're good. We're good. We're good. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. We're all fine. How are you? I actually was like kind of freaked out because I didn't think Ella was home. Mike Dunn, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, dude. Nissan Leaf is 30k euros, still unaffordable for me. Yeah, that's. Thank you, Sam, for claiming Bits tier spot number 1. You are the largest Bits cheerer we've ever had this August, Sam. With 1 bit. That's 1 bit more than I fucking deserve, as far as I'm concerned. So I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. There is indeed a fire behind me. What if Ella's computer was the thing that was on fire? Uh-oh. It'd be over. It'd be all ogre. Okay. Alright. I learned a dumb trick on how to draw braids, by the way. Because braids are always super hard for me, and I used to do this. I used to draw braids, like little hearts. Okay. But it never made sense to me. Like, I get the silhouette, and then you have to sort of, like, figure out how they, you know, whatever.
There's a bit ranking, everyone. Send bits in to get your name on it.
That's true, dude. Atari, thank you. Thank you. Top donor. How do you get top bits? Top. Hold on. Wait, what do streamers do? Fuck. Text input. Top G. Atari 2600. Here we go. There we go. There you are. Alright. Nice. Cool. Sick. Alright, thank you, Atari. You are now top G. So, congratulations. Your Bugatti color is now copper chrome. So, there you go. If I don't end August at 1st with that amount, I'd be mad. Look, people don't cheer bits anymore, bro. Bits have slowed down on Twitch. Bits have slowed the fuck down. People don't got bits to cheer. I get it. It's tough out there. I'm grateful for, honestly, truthfully, and I mean this as sarcastically as possible. Every single bit means a great deal to me.
Bard's performances are so bad, even the mimic refused to imitate them.
Okay, that one hurt. That one hurt, Steph. Yeah, that hurt. So, thank you for the 100 bits, though. We're well aware of how bad that was. Are you? Because that one hurt. Yeah. When I DM versus when I'm a player in a game, I get different kinds of enjoyment for those experiences. I got something completely different out of being a player in a game versus running my own. That's true. So you are correct. But for me, I've just found recently with wanting to build Aldara that it's so much more satisfying. You know? Maybe in a little while, though, entities I'll want to play in a game. But you know what game I really want to play in it is a Star Wars game. I don't even want to play a game like a D&D game. I want to play a Saga Edition game. I want to play a Jedi, and I want to have a master that's an old man that says mystical things.
Say hype train?
That. Thank you, Sam, for the 100 bits. Thank you for the hype train. The biggest hype train we've ever had this August. This is the largest hype train this channel has ever seen in this August. So thank you, dude. I appreciate that. You're in town, you're free dropping in as a guest appearance my Star Wars game. I appreciate that, dude. That'd be fun. Aduria! Thanks, bro. I appreciate the 100 bits. Fuck, man. Alright, relax, chill. Chill, everybody, chill. I appreciate it, alright? Alright. Oh, yeah, braids. Yeah. So here's how I start doing braids now.
Hype train.
Here's how I started doing it. Thank you, Six. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, Six. Thank you. It's very generous of you. It's very kind of you guys. That's more than I deserve in my scuffed BS. Okay, so here's how I started drawing braids now. So I start by drawing the general sort of silhouette, which braids usually get thinner. And then I started doing zigzags. Large zigzags that get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then from each one, you just sort of extrapolate a braid out of each one. As if each zigzag is the flat side of one braid. And that changed the way that I started drawing braids. For me. It's a dumb, like, artist's trick, like, that you, like, find on TikTok or some bullshit. But for me, it actually changed the way I did braids. So, who knew that dumb art tips could actually help out once in a while? Right? Uh-oh. Why did my entire... Okay, there we go. There we go. It's accidentally deleted everything. It's accidentally deleted everything. I agree that I find being a DM more enjoyable than a player, generally speaking. Yeah. I guess that's what I mean. Going to today as a set up world, set up the economy, set up the item purchasing, set up countries, and set up the world. World building is important for running in games, so good luck, my friend. Then again, I'm lucky enough to have a couple of games that I run, a couple of games that I play in. You do play in a lot of games, though, entities. More than I think I could manage. 100%. Isn't screen size a bit off, or is it me? I haven't changed anything, Atari. So, unless some voodoo's going on. Yuna, what? Okay, here, come on. Yuna, you bark once and I'm closing the door. I'm throwing you at it, okay? I mean, I'm throwing you at the door first and then I'm closing it. That's what I meant. Still gonna get canceled either way, but... Did you woof? She wants to play. No, I can't play with you right now. I can't play. All right, time for
Justice
football.
for Unipeople Riot.
Time for football. She just bolted out of the hallway. She wants to. Okay, you know what? When that bark from her, she wants me to play with her downstairs. She wants me to go downstairs to where Ella is, and she wants the three of us to sit on the floor together and play. That's what she fucking wants. Now she's staring at me, and as soon as I get up, she's gonna run to the top of the stairs. And as soon as I come to the door, she's gonna start running down the stairs, get me to follow her. This fucking dog. God damn. Needy little hat. We're good now. We're good. We're fine. Now I can hear barking from outside the door. So that's great. That's awesome.
I have found DMing more fun the longer I've been doing it.
Me too. I agree, Six. Six, how long have you been playing versus DMing? How long did it take you to get into D&D or to get into DMing after you got into D&D? Were you like pretty quick into it, or were you like years after you started playing? Yo, thank you, Ink Viral for the fall. I appreciate it. Welcome, my friend. Honored to have you. And Ink Viral, do you prefer DMing or playing? That's apparently what we're talking about today. DMing is fun. I agree. I was very quick into it in my first campaign, where I was a player that lasted 5 months. Then after I hopped into being DM, I played for a couple years as a player before I started DMing, because I was just happy with like being super casual with D&D, and I started like DMing because I just really didn't like the DMs that I played with. We played with the older kids in our junior high school. They were all a little bit older than us. They were in a grade or two above us, and they were the DMs, and we were just the little people players. But I really didn't like their stories. I didn't like their games. So, and I kind of didn't like going to one of the dudes' houses. The one dude's house was always weirding me out. We'd be trying to play D&D, and his like mom would come down the stairs and start yelling at him about like doing the fucking dishes or some shit, and he'd have to go do it. Then we'd all just sit there waiting, and he'd come down, and he'd be all like angry and like take it out on the players. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to play with this guy anymore. So there was that, and then my house became like the go-to D&D spot for all the players in my grade. And my mom fucking loved that, because my mom was like a big D&D nerd, and so she loved we played D&D at our place. My dad didn't mind. I don't think he really understood. We were playing dumb make-believe Magic Dragon game, but he was like, "Hey man, my son's having fun. Good enough for me." I'm like, all right, cool. My parents were always super cool about it. I prefer playing, but DMing is fun once in a while. I don't know. We were just talking about this, and I always find DMing more fun than playing, you know? Maybe I'm weird. It's a flower. Did about 2 years after I started playing. Okay. I think that's pretty standard. That's pretty good, 6. Gives you long enough time to like figure out how to play the game, how to, you know, emulate the good DMs that you like, the styles that you like to play. I've learned ever DM'd a few times or a few one shots. I think I'd be a good DM, to be honest. Just never had time because I take it so seriously. Yeah, you'd have to like completely quit your job and create a Twitch career of you just world building and campaign planning. That'd be weird, wouldn't it? That yeah, don't do that. Don't do that, Guapo. You got more important work to do. So it was like my cousins, we'd go over to play games. His mom would lock herself in her room with gospel music, would randomly come out to yell at us about Jesus, then go back. That's pretty good. That's decent. Ella, I know you're on with the mods and you guys were all like talking and being happy peepos, but can you come get your dog? She's barking at my door. If you could come collect your Rattata, that would be great. Thank you, Ella. Appreciate it. Your mom ever play with your friends? I never. I only ever played D&D with my mom and my friends once, and it was with a friend that visited who was one of our Warcraft friends. And it was weird. I didn't like it. But my grandpa taught my mom how to play D&D. And I'll admit, I always wondered what it would be like if my grandpa had lived longer, if I got a chance to play with my grandpa and my mom. Because, like, my grandpa was a degenerate loser as far as fantasy goes. Like, in the most loving, endearing way you can call someone a degenerate loser. He was like, he read Lord of the Rings every single year. He played D&D. His character that he played was a kobold. Back in original D&D. I never asked my mom really anything about her D&D characters. Maybe I should one day. I talk to her occasionally on the phone, so. She says no. So Ella's really okay with her little puppy just sitting up here crying at the door. Crying desperately to get in. Tragic. I wish Ella loved her dog more. Like finding campaigns online that are podcasts or videos, mainly because I love stories. I'm into that as well. It's hard for me to follow these games, but like a lot of my streamer friends do run D&D games. I'm gonna run D&D games soon. I just need to find like, the problem is I worry about expectation. I worry about there's too much expectation for like a polished game. You know? All I really want to do is go live with a bunch of my friends and play D&D. But I feel like people expect like D&D games to be these like produced shows and stuff. I just want to turn my stream on and play D&D with my friends, but I don't know. All my friends who I would invite are other streamers, and I haven't actually talked to them about it if they'd be okay with like just a shitty game that's like low production, low effort, but just like fun nonsense. I want to play with all my VTuber friends though, and I want to have them get isekai'd into my D&D world. But I don't know if they'd all be free for that or whatever. I tried my girlfriend to play in D&D. Well, you start by telling her it's like World of Warcraft, but in Imagination Dragonland. If that doesn't work, Ashy, I don't know. I started checking the PHP from the library and posting notes at our local game shop with our phone numbers. It was great. That's old school. That's seriously old school. I dig it. That's cool. I do really support and love the local game store scene for D&D. I think it's gotten worse over the last couple of years, at least the game stores where I live. But I like to believe that there are still game stores out there that have really good D&D scenes. I think that a lot of the problem is the friction between the new guard and the old guard. You have the old school D&D players that came from previous editions, and you have the new school D&D players that came from Critical Role. They just disagree on everything, you know? So, your art's awesome. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. This is a character in a D&D game for somebody, for one of my mods who agreed to let me practice with their character. For this is my example of what I'm going to use when I open commissions for character portraits that I'm going to be doing for people. Because like quick character portraits, like little half-hour, 20-minute things like this. You're going to take her? What's this? Hold up, one sec. We have an Ella interlude. What's up? Oh, is this your advent calendar? You're Wait, this is it?
Okay, so that's a little small.
That's too small.
Wait, do you have a chunk?
I do have a chunk from the desk. Okay, hold on. Okay, you can go to desk.
Where?
In one of the bags. One of the bags in front. All right, hold on. Hold on. We need a brief dice interlude.
No.
That's not a chunk. Oh, yeah, that is.
Those are old chunks.
They're the same size, though.
No.
Okay, fits your old chunk.
Yeah, new chunks are slightly bigger. I don't have any new chunks.
There. Check it out. This is the base. Ella's to make shipping a bit easier. Ella's advent calendars this year are gonna be 3D printed. Yuna, shut the fuck up. I will skin you and turn you into a fucking moccasins. Alright, I'll hold her too.
She wanted nothing to
All right, there you go, Yuna. Anyway, let's check it out, man. Ella already, by the way, she opened pre-orders for her advent calendar. I think the first year she had 4 slots. The second year she had about 10 or 12, and this year she has about 20, and they're over half sold. So if you guys want an advent calendar from Ella this year, you you might want to go for your order. But this is gonna be the base of the advent calendar. It's actually gonna be. Are you still gonna do cardboard boxes?
I don't know. I'm
Or
kind of thinking no.
3D printed boxes? You can print a box in 4 minutes? That'd be so much more rigid.
Yeah.
This is
And
great.
I could put,
How long was the print on this? Less than a day, but still like...
and
Don't make a hinge.
I could have a door that closes.
Don't make a... You could, but I think the boxes are better.
Well, no,
You'd have both? Oh, that'd be a lot of time to print. So these are cool. All right, cool. This is the base for her advent calendar, I guess. Oh, it needs.
That's my fault.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, these are cool.
I did very shitty.
That's fine. You did a fine job. Oh, those are my dice. Thank you. Where'd my ruby go? Oh, there it is. All right, bye. All right, Pog. Pog. Can I say something about the art? The jewelry doesn't line up with the forehead / side of the head. My engineer brain doesn't understand. No? You think these are the same piece of jewelry? Is this what you're talking about? Did you think those are the same piece of jewelry? Uh-oh. 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 Damn, Jacob. That's rough. That's unfortunate. They're different pieces of jewelry, don't worry. Some people want to compare small APs to Critical Role. That's not real. Critical Role has a gargantuan production budget and stuff. And is able to grind my gears when people compare it smaller scale scope. Yeah, you have to like really temper your expectations when it comes to smaller D&D podcasts and shows and stuff. Because yeah, realistically, I don't know. You're not gonna get Critical Role production. You're not gonna get Critical Role play. You're not gonna get Critical Role anything out of something that isn't Critical Role. So. And some people expect it. That was yeah, no, it's not the same piece. There's gonna be the diadem that she's wearing is a different piece of armor, and this piece is going to be something that comes down on the cheeks. So it should look less janky when we get the actual details in. But good looking out, Jacob. Worry not, though. It should look like they are separate pieces of jewelry when I'm done. You don't need to sit in your corridor. Sometimes the undersketch doesn't reveal all the details I want to put in, and it's a little confusing, I guess, if you're trying to compare what's on the undersketch with what will be on the actual finished piece. The undersketches are just for my useful like brain to understand what's going on, and sometimes I don't have all the details in, right? Like any of the makeup that's going to be on her face, or whatever we're going to do. With like the other strands of hair, they aren't on there. A lot of this, the hair, the loose hair, whatever on her bun isn't there. It is maybe like annoying sometimes when you look at like an undersketch that just doesn't have that completed stuff in it. So I get it. I get it. First real D&D session was in the mental hospital. We got some people there to play, so a DM that was so cool. That's awesome. D&D is good for healing. D&D is always good for healing. Important question for Employee Appreciation Week. My work is giving me the option to get an item. Do I want a stainless steel utensil and a charcuterie board, or do I want the portable water-resistant speaker? Oh, you always want the water-resistant speaker. Yeah. What do you need a charcuterie board for? Who are you going to charcut in front of? That's the gift for employee appreciation. It's not bad. Art feedback. All right. This counts as an art piece. Please review it. All right, Ashley, where is it? Where is it? Is this in the DMs? Is this... Okay. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm just making sure. Hold up. Making sure there wasn't something else. Okay. It's not there. Why are there flamethrowers in this? Alright, we gotta, okay, guys, we gotta review some art real quick. Ashley spent 10,000 channel points on something. Because apparently Ashley doesn't save her channel points like a goblin in my chat like I do in her chat. So, let's see what this is. Obviously the painter job. Yep. Obviously blitzball, you know, because no, there's no blitzball. Obviously a painter-mancer, a green mage, and obviously it's going to be a pirate, you know.
Okay, dude.
Swashbuckler, corsair. Okay. Because when the Warrior of Light was holding on to the invisible imaginary sword during the teaser trailer, you know that if there was some sort of cutlass there, it would have been obvious. True. Also, I think that in the actual animation, when we get the full trailer, the Warrior of Light is not gonna... All right, can I just say that I don't know what he's about to say, but I think that in the full trailer, when it drops in either Tokyo or London Fan Fest, I think we're going to see a revision to the, to the actual opening animation where the Warrior of Light isn't going to be fighting with that short sword, the little straight thing that looks like Alphinaud should, be slapping people with it, but he's going to have an actual pirate's cutlass. But, yeah. Not gonna be using that weird straight short sword. The Warrior of Light's gonna be using a cutlass.
Yeah, true. Yeah, he agrees with me.
PogChamp, because you're gonna be a pirate this expansion.
Yeah, he agrees with me. Yeah, true. I think everything in this video is true and real. I think I want to say this is true. Everything in this is highly factually based, and I agree. So, Ashley, the question is, when are you gonna react to this? Can I post this so that you react to it? But can you tell me why I'm wrong? Can you turn this into a 5-minute reaction? So what I need, okay, here we go. Hold on. What I need is so Ashley created a 44-second clip. So let's say 1 minute. So then Ashley will react to this with Ashley's video. Wait, where's my... Ashley will react to this video. Okay, 1 minute video. Ashley Maru. Hamster ears. Cola and chips. There we go. Ashley's got her cola and chips. Okay. And Ashley's gonna turn this into a 5-minute reaction, talking about why I'm wrong. Then I will respond to it. Okay. I will respond to this video. Okay. This is Evan. My glasses. I will respond to this video and make a 20-minute defense of my idea. Okay? 20-minute defense. And I will title it About Ashy. And this will be the thumbnail. This will be the thumbnail. Okay?
All right. Hopefully, YouTube editor's watching and she can do all that for me. Never gonna need Fishy to weigh in on it. How your behavior is inappropriate. Fishy has to weigh in on this one because although Fishy, Fishy maybe Ama, and maybe we can get Ulner on this. And then maybe if we can get the 3 of them in on it, maybe we can get Arundel. Even though Arundel doesn't play Final Fantasy, has no idea what's going on. That's okay. Because what we need is my completely legitimate take to be dismantled down to VTuber harassing. Then we get the twit longer. Then, after this drama, it goes on Reddit. And if it gets to Reddit, then eventually Tectone reacts to it. And then I get to make this video. And call it about Dictone. And in brackets say Genshin community was right. Question mark. And so that's how it'll work. Get on YouTube so I can link the original video after I react to it. I will. I'm gonna upload both of these. What do you made it, Ashy. I'm going to upload it. Okay? You put Kirby and Uwu Anime Pirates on there. You put too much work into this to have it not uploaded to YouTube, alright? I'm going to. You think I won't? You think that I won't because of the memes. You have no idea my commitment to the memes, Ashy. Alright? But also, Ashy, did you actually watch FanFest? What do you think of it? We didn't talk about this yet. Anyone else deal with the fact that your creative work, particularly for DMing or writing, doesn't feel as creative? Wait, how so? Maybe it's because I'm aware of all my influences and kind of what I'm working on / mutating my own works into. Give me an example here, entities. Like a truly absurd amount of points. Wait, make the monk a bigger points, but have to do a sketch that you have to do, obviously, final say. You can refund it if you don't want to work that person. Just an idea, though. The problem is that some people, Gabby, have an absurd amount of points in my chat, and if I do like a multiple hour-long sketch for something, that it will dissolve quickly. Some people don't actually watch my stream, but they farm channel points in my stream because they want the monka eventually. And so it's really like kind of funny, but excuse me, Yuna. Is there something you would like to say to chat? You're being very vocal. Is there something you would like to communicate with my chat? Maybe? Maybe? No? Are you gonna be a good girl? You gonna be quiet now? Did you just want bellies? Did you just want bellies? No, you want your chew. Okay. Alright. Okay. 70k is a lot, though. I like how the players see super original world, but you know it's just Dragon Quest 7 with paint filed off. Oh. I'm super excited for, you know, everyone was like excited for Catboy's taco. I was super excited for your Urinal Ranger's tiki drink.
Like, I don't care, Ashy. I'm excited for Dawn Trail. I can't wait. I have a year to get through Endwalker. I wonder if I can do it. Whenever I tend to draw inspiration from that influences my games or writing, it feels more like I'm ripping it off than doing something new and creative. That is difficult, I do admit. I think that it's important, though, to understand like what your ideas bring like new perspective to, like how you bring that perspective, because realistically everything is a reference to something in some way, and if you're looking for it, you're going to find it. Now it's how do you like creatively and originally provide a reference without ripping it off, basically. And I don't know, that is pretty difficult. But I think sometimes we can overthink it and worry too much about our work being original or whatever. And the way you compose it, though, will definitely be unique to just you and just your stuff. So don't forget that. Be very make or break. Wait. I think Dawn Trail is going to be really interesting because Endwalker and Shadowbringer were all about payoffs, while Dawn Trail would be about setting something new. But it'll be very much make or break on the pacing, because how do you follow the game of the year material? Because the tempo will be so different. Yeah, I think honestly, actually, I'm wondering if this will be an opportunity for new players. Like, I'm not sure if I'm not sure what they're gonna do with like starting, because like how do you start a game and you have to start through Realm Reborn and go play through everything to get to Dawn Trail? I'm wondering if they're going to give you an opportunity to have like a new starting zone. You know, like in Warcraft they did Exile's Reach, where you use like it was like sort of a new place where you can start the game. I wonder if Dawn Trail is going to be like that, where you're a new adventurer and you're a new, I don't know, new or old or whatever warrior of the light, and you have like a summary sort of like of this big important event that happened from Realm Reborn through Endwalker, which I don't know what the word, like what people call that. If people call it like the Xenos saga or whatever, I don't know. I'm assuming Xenos is like the major villain. I could be wrong, and I don't really want spoilers. My assumption is because I see him in Stormblood, and then he's still not dead in the Endwalker trailer, so I'm assuming that he's like whatever. But you could assume that that whole thing is like its own story, and you could like summarize that in a half-hour cutscene at some point in time for new players, and then just have them enter into this new world, sort of new MMO, new whatever. But I don't know. I'm excited for it. I'm hoping actually that gets people into playing Final Fantasy XIV. I'm really hoping that it gets new players in. It's a way to look at it, sort of like how I've come to terms with my writing. Kind of, maybe. I don't know. I think it is a difficult creative hurdle, definitely, but don't be too hard on yourself. Miss the Era Saga, it's a new place to onboard, kind of like Exile's Reach. Yeah. All right, we're on the same page. I wasn't sure if you were familiar with Exile's Reach or not. Like, honestly, I have no idea what your World of Warcraft knowledge is at. I don't think we've ever really talked about World of Warcraft besides like memes and shit. I mean, I've already beat the game for Final Fantasy because I have a house, so you know, I don't really know what else there is for me to do in the game besides like maybe try and do the main story quest a little bit. It's probably something interesting in there. Holy shit. Yo, thank you for the raid, Chicken Joe, and goddamn
Visitors, how exciting.
World Anvil. Holy shit. Thank you for the raid. What's up, Samurai? What's going on, guys? What's going on, Autumn? Yo, Keto. How's it going, guys? What's up? Good to see you, Benker. What's going on? How's it going? Good to see y'all. What's up, Gorkrum? Dude, hey, what's going on? Guys, if you aren't familiar with World Anvil, the illustrious raiders, you definitely should familiarize yourself, not just with the stream, but also the tool, the place that I go for my World Anvil, in which I just renewed my my Sage badge on World Anvil. I'm very proud of that. You guys should probably jump in and check out World Anvil for our world builders, and of course the streams are always Pog. And thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. Welcome everybody from World Anvil. Good to see y'all. What's going on? We just finished summer camp. Oh shit, it's August now. That's right, summer camp is over. I didn't finish summer camp. Damn it. I just realized that. I didn't finish summer camp. That's okay. I'll rip. Yeah, it just ended. I didn't finish some. Oh god. I didn't finish all my summer camp. And it's the end of the month, isn't it? I just had that crushing realization. Hey, there's always World Ember. You know, thank you for the follows. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome in. There's World Ember. It's fine. I got time. Crap, is it August already? It is. It's the 1st, isn't it? World Ember is coming. Do we have plans for World Ember yet, Samurai? I'm excited. I'm excited. Thank you for the raid again. I appreciate it. Guys, today we are drawing some deity characters and discussing the nuances of building a world with uniquely non-D&D elements in it that still has to support a D&D game. That's kind of the theme for the stream today. So, and in the background, I'm just drawing this character for one of my mods because I'm opening commissions soon. I need an example of what a portrait commission looks like. So he graciously offered to be the first person, sight unseen, to purchase a commission of a portrait. So that's what we're working on in the background today. We're drawing a knight for him. And then after that, I don't know. We're just going to chill and talk about our concepts. So thank you for the follows. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Welcome, Melissa. Welcome, Harmony. Welcome, Drizzt. Welcome, Nino Dawnlord. Okay, I was trying to say Nintendo. So bad there. Thank you for follow, Kumari. Thank you, World Down with the raid again. Thank you, Chicken Joe. Thank you, Ink Viral, for follows. Welcome, everybody. Good to see y'all. God damn, I'm always honored when World Ember stops by. World Ember is coming, so World Ember plans lots of rating. I am going to, that's it. I am going to announce today that I will fully finish World Ember this year. That I will not allow myself to start a challenge tired from Lordvember, which is a writing challenge we have in my community every November. We have Inktober in October where we draw stuff, and then we have Lordvember in November for our lore writers that aren't artists. And then World Ember always comes around and I'm always too tired to do it. So this year I am doing it. This year I am going to complete World Ember. And if I don't complete World Ember, I was trying to think of like a good like punishment or something besides like opening up furry commissions, but that actually wouldn't be so bad. Actually, that'd be pretty good. So I don't have a good punishment. I need a good or else. What do I say or else for World for I finish 10,000 words of Eldara lore for World Ember, or else yeah, man, because what is there, right? 30 lashes with a wet noodle? Okay, listen, I don't want to go viral on TikTok, okay? Jesus, one free commission every World Anvil member, one free, or else I will draw one thing from every World Anvil members. What? No, listen, man, World Anvil's a big tool now. Everybody uses World Anvil. What? One raffle free drawing running around the block? I don't know. All right, I will finish World Ember, or else, if I don't finish World Ember, I will officially allow chat to build the lore for Gorncrest Citadel, which is an island in my world that has long served as a meme, otherwise known affectionately as Croissant Island. I will finish World Ember, because clearly if I can't write the lore for it, if I don't finish it, I have to let chat write the lore. If I don't finish World Ember this year, I will canonically allow chat to build the entirety of lore for Croissant Island. I will canonize it. I will allow a collaborative world building effort, and you guys can ruin part of my world for me. So, and I need to protect the Shattered Sea. This is an important place in my world. So if I don't do it, I will allow. Oh God. Okay, that's actually giving me some nerves right now. I kind of need to. I guess I'll need to do it. All right. Might be a disincentive. No, okay. All right, listen, I will finish World Ember this year. World Ember will be my challenge to myself. And if I don't finish it, I will allow you guys to build Croissant Island for me officially. Because let's face it, if I'm not willing to, somebody needs to. But if you guys are new from the World Anvil raid, what I do is I build my D&D campaign in my own fantasy world that I created called the Realms of Eldara. And everything I do on stream, typically, unless I'm doing commissions and stuff like this today, is based around that world. Because I used to be the kind of guy you'd find working at a mediocre game studio, doing mediocre rock painting. Thank you for the follow, Dark Elf Twilight. Thank you. I used to be doing mediocre rock painting in the video game industry, and I always loved the idea of having a collective concept art project where everything you do is all based in one world, it's all based in around one setting. And so I do character art, I do concepts, we do sketches, we do... where's our Sky Knights at? Everything I do is based off of... All the art I make is based off of my own setting called the Realms of Eldara. So that's what I do over here. And if I don't do it, if I don't do World Ember this year, I will allow you guys to ruin one of my maps for me by building the official art for Croissant Island. So... thank you for the follows. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Welcome. I'm honored to have you. Truly. Done a few live chat collabs. You'll wish you took the wet noodle if you fail. I will not fail. This is not a problem. 10,000 words for Eldara? Easy. World Ember this year will crash upon my phalanx of writing willpower like water onto rock. All right, I will not allow myself to make it through two World Anvil writing challenges in 1 year without having finished, because I definitely didn't finish summer camp. I was gonna finish summer camp, but then apparently it's August now, so I guess I didn't get a chance to finish summer camp. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing the winners. Is it actually up yet? Or wait, where's the... World Anvil. Has it all been announced and everything? Or does that come later? Login. Where it at? Summer camp. The reading challenge. Oh god. Wait, there's a reading challenge on top of it? Is the reading challenge over? August 26th. Wait, this is sick. What the fuck? Get started the community. Pick 3 prompts, 3 articles, 3. Wait, this is sick. This is a sick idea. I was just about to talk about how I wanted to go through and like read a bunch of the winners and a bunch of the entries and stuff, but this is sick, man. All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do the reading challenge. It just started. Okay, I'm down. I'll do it. God, I love World Anvil. I love everything about the community. I love everything about the Discord. I love everything about the stream. It's like World Anvil for me is like one of those bright places on the internet, you know? And I'm not just saying shit because y'all rated. Every time I have an opportunity to like dive in, I'm always just so thoroughly impressed and happy with all the challenges, all the support. It's so amazing to like be able to get that like realistic feedback from, you know, people who are other World Anvil users in our community in TDC. Thank you to follow Zystis? Am I saying that right? I think I said that wrong, but thank you to follow. I appreciate it. I love the feedback I get from... There's a couple of like, you know, I don't want to... I know they use different names on Twitch than they do on World Anvil, so I don't want to like... I don't want to out anyone. It's like one... I don't know why, but people use different names on Twitch than they do on World Anvil. There's a couple of people that I look to read my stuff and read my articles, and I get a lot of good feedback from it. And I'm always so deeply honored when y'all stop by. Even if all I'm doing is drawing characters, and we're not doing like any active world building at the moment. This week is going to be more concept art focused though, because we need to design our different races for Eldara and figure out the different player options for the D&D side of things. Because the world I'm building is starting as a D&D campaign setting. Because the way I feel is if I want to be like, if one day I want to be a mini George Lucas and I want to make my Star Wars and I want to make my world, I have to be able to convince people to tell stories in it, right? Because you're never going to get people to, like, you're never going to go that far, I don't think, as a storyteller in like a big, expansive world without letting other people help you tell stories. It's one of those, like, my philosophy is like you can run farther together than you can alone kind of thing. So I would need to be able to attract people to build their own stories within my world to make this cool project that I want to work on, right? But I need to be able to attract really great writers and artists to be able to want to, you know, make their mark in Eldara. In order to do so, if I can't convince people to play their D&D games in Eldara, well, I'm certainly not going to convince them to write stories and novels and make comic books in Eldara. So we need to think of the D&D aspects this week. We need to make player options, player customizations. So encourage people reading what people made in summer camp. That's actually sick. We didn't do that last year, did we? After every summer camp and World Ember, they have a reading challenge to encourage learning from each other's reading others' articles. Well, I know there was like always like a encouragement to do so, but there wasn't like a formal challenge last year, was there? I don't recall that. Or is that not new? Maybe I just didn't see it last year. Because summer camp ended and I was so tired from all the writing I did last year that I just didn't look at World Anvil for like 3 days, so... There wasn't there? Was there? I mean, I know there was like, there's always an encouragement to go see what everybody wrote, but I didn't know there was an official formal challenge last year. Again, I was very tired after World Summer Camp last year, so... Last year was like the exhausting first time that I ever did like a monthly, like a daily prompt challenge type thing for writing. Because like I'm an artist, I'm not a writer. So it's very difficult for me to like write convincing, compelling stuff every single day. I'm trying to be a writer as well, but obviously I spend more of my time trying to figure out how to be a less bad artist than being a good writer. Because for me, I always feel like you can really tell a lot of a story through your art. I'm one of those like cheesy pictures are worth gold for writing type people. So that's why I started making art. I felt like it was the most efficient method of storytelling, if that makes sense. I can tell a story about this character, about who she is, about what her personality is like, by the decisions I make for the artwork for it, so. Never write notifications of the articles you write. Send out... Wait, notifications on World Anvil, that's why I follow your world? Okay, I'm sorry, man. I'll just quietly upload it, and then... I don't know. I'm always so nervous, bro. I'm always so nervous about like... The World Anvil I always use as a tool for my own like story keeping or whatever, my own organization. But I always feel like self-conscious about it because I know I'm not a great writer. And so I'm always like really nervous that like everybody on World Anvil is so like supportive and nice, but I still don't want to like make an ass of myself, you know? I'm not like a trained writer. I'm not you guys are all like Giga Chads, okay? I don't wanna embarrass myself. I do both. Started when I was 11 drawing and writing. I've just continued. I wish I had spent more time writing. You know, like an example of like concept art and world building. I'll show you the article. Is like the Kel Het article I recently did. So I want to do more of this. I want to include more. This is an article I wrote recently for the Kingdom of Kel Het. I really want to include more concept art like this into it and do like character art and stuff. And I don't think I only have like 2 or 3 sketches in here. Yeah. But I want to have like an article for every single character piece that I draw. I'm working on an article right now for the history and story of Amelia Hearthwood. for this character. This is my wife's character, one of my wife's characters in my D&D game, and I'm trying to write this article for her right now, but it's so hard to write like about a person, I find, as opposed to like about a place or like a time period or like an idea. Because you're also sort of recording history of an individual, and it's like more personal. So I'm really having trouble with this article. I want to like, because I want to have it have like concept pieces of her town, of Hearthwood, stuff like this. But I'm about like 3,000 words into the article, and I don't know, man. Maybe I should just recruit some help. Just post it and ask for some help writing it or something. But I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous. Just literally thinking of how I can convince my party to contribute to World Anvil account. I mean, just nerd on the internet, nothing special here. Y'all are... I don't think that there are any casual World Anvil users. I think everyone I've met that uses World Anvil is always so deeply passionate and good at what they do that it's always like kind of intimidating. Now, everyone's extremely nice and supportive, and that's one of the reasons why I like it. And like, I would have never probably thought about writing a lot of lore for Eldara, like out in article form, if it hadn't been for World Anvil. Because it's like, you write stuff and you post it on whatever site you post your writing on, and you just get torn up and you don't really get anything creative or useful out of it. But thankfully the World Anvil crew has always been super supportive and I don't know. Even though I'm still scared, I always feel very encouraged. If that makes sense. A feral World Anvil user, that's that's fantastic. I like that. Raw Rabbit, I won't say any good. I'm good at what I do, but I'm rabid about the toolbox World Anvil. Yeah, my wife is like a software engineer, and she's trying to do some like cool CSS stuff for my entire like world or whatever. But it's been taking some time, and she's had other things that she's been working on right now, so I'm still waiting. My cool custom World Anvil site thingy that she's gonna make for me. I'll probably feel more motivated to post my stuff when I have that going. Try getting party to contribute to a World Anvil thing, just didn't work. Then again, this is also years ago. I think people will probably be more willing to now. There's more of a meta, I feel like, for like lore writing in your D&D game than there was years ago. 75 World Anvil, I want a place for extra content for my books, and it was perfect. Yeah, I could imagine if you're writing a book, it's like a tool like World Anvil is super useful. I've had such a difficult time writing linear narrative. I don't know where to start, because I want to post short stories of things in World Anvil format, right? Like the story of this or the tale of that. And this is kind of why I'm having trouble with the Amelia Hearthwood article, is because part of it is like a linear narrative with like dialogue and stuff, but it's so much more complicated than like encyclopedic writing. So I worry that my World Anvil is just going to turn into like a giant encyclopedia and have no like narrative or whatever. But yeah, it's hard, dude. What's up, Ella? Hi. With what? Oh, don't use that. Oh, that's okay. They want me to do it on stream. Well, tell the mods that they don't get what they want sometimes. So, all right. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Doesn't matter. What? Nah, these fucking mods, man. I describe myself as a casual user. I work on articles when I feel like it. I wish it could be weeks or months apart. That's fair. I try and do some writing every single like week on my days off stream. It's okay, your steak is more important. I'm not sitting there grinding fucking pepper on stream. I'll go down on my break and go do it for Ella. You know how awful that would be for sound coming through? Grinding pepper in a mortar and pestle? it'd be funny, but I think you guys have a lack of appreciation of just how bad it would be for your ears. Thankfully, I have that appreciation, so I won't subject anyone to it. You feel bad about wanting to post your short stories. If you wanted to post short stories, I'd say go for it and learn as you go. So I do feel like there's a bit of pressure. I posted long ago when I started streaming. I posted a short story about like the story of Stonemark. And it was only about 2,000 or 3,000 words. And I got torn up over it. Like, I don't want to, like, okay, I think it'd be a bit of a cop-out to say that people just, like, took it as an... I feel like sometimes when you post things or whatever, and you, like, LARP as somebody who does, like, something more, like, slightly more official or whatever, like, I sort of pretend like I'm an actual artist or whatever, I feel like there's this sort of, like, almost invitation to like tear something apart when you can, but also it was probably pretty bad. So I don't know, but I got my work torn to pieces by people on Twitch and on the internet, and I was kind of like, okay, I'm clearly really bad at this. I don't want to do that again, so I'm just gonna chill and try and learn how to write better. Or I need to like hire an editor or something like that for me. But it was I'll admit, it was a pretty demotivating experience. So it wasn't like, it was before I started using World Anvil or anything. But it just kind of put a bad taste in my mouth for writing like linear narrative short stories, as opposed to just like encyclopedia stuff. So I'll admit I haven't gone back to it because of that, you know, kind of ish. I don't want to give it too much power and be like, oh, I stopped writing because I got my stuff torn apart. But like, kind of, you know, kind of. It sounds really weak though to say that I like stopped doing it because of that. But I have to admit that it kind of put a big punch in my gut for wanting to write narrative. So I don't know. I will at some point. I'll get back to it. Yeah, I'll get back to it. Also, do short stories, they come easier to me since I'm a writer. I just don't know if people are going to like them or not. They probably will. I think people there's always Mystical, there's always an audience for whatever you're doing. The people will always care if you put your stuff out. Fantasy ASMR using a mortar and pestle. Okay, it would be really bad on stream, just trust me, Blaze. Some sounds I know are really bad coming through the mic, and that one would be really bad. So I tell people are liking your short stories on World Anvil is to look at the view count of your last chapter. That's how many people liked it enough to finish it. Oh, interesting. Okay. It is stuff. I like writing my serial inside on serials on World Anvil because the trolls are at a minimum. So I think that like I am inspired to start writing again for short stories because of World Anvil. I feel like I could actually write something there and there wouldn't be a lot of like there wouldn't be any like non-useful criticism, right? Because like I don't know, do you guys ever find this where you post your stuff online sometimes and there's all this like this criticism that's like it's like focused around being critique, but it's really just trying to tear something apart for the sake of it? Is it just a me experience? But I feel like I get that with art sometimes, depending on the places you post it. Until I got to a certain point with my art career where people just stopped being like, it stopped being an easy target, you know? Which is like maybe a good way of saying it or not a good way of saying it, I don't know. But I feel like with my writing, and it's still a very easy target. Putting myself in the Discord sharing attention. I haven't read any of it yet at Entities, but I'm going to. Yeah. There's a huge difference between good criticism and being mean. People like to be mean, it's sad. I feel like it kind of was, but like, it's framed as critique of just like, oh, I'm trying to help you be better. So this is what, but it just feels, which I don't want to, like, maybe it's just me being like dumb, but it definitely felt like when I posted that I got a lot of really just mean critique or something, you know? So, I don't know. Just like art, keep plugging away and getting better, hopefully. I don't really share stuff outside World Anvil with people around me. Yeah. I could definitely like post that stuff with World Anvil because everybody has been super cool. I know the article that I wrote, like I know this article wasn't particularly good. Like I'm not good at writing, right? So this is like it's pretty hard to read probably, but I still got a lot of good positive feedback from it, and I appreciated that. All the people that liked it or loved it. Cow, Zeus, and Secondhand. Oh, Pog. So yeah, I mean, that was nice to see that some people liked their article, but I don't know about writing linear narrative. That's a little bit more complicated for me. I'll get to it. Good readers are better than the internet. That's good reads. Tear apart for the fun of it. Yeah, I don't remember where I posted it. I posted it at some website that my friend said that I should post my writing on. Various channel World Anvil Discord's a great place to get helpful feedback. I don't know where to learn though, right? Like how do you, if you're like starting from zero, starting from scratch, I don't know how to learn to be a better writer. That to me is more complicated than like art. There's like so many good useful like tools for learning how to be better at art and how to improve the technical aspects of art, but I feel like it's not as obvious how to improve the technical aspects of writing. Does that make sense? You refresh, there are more likes. Oh, there are more likes. Thanks, Jacob. Appreciate it. Never good to write to people like my ideas. Yeah, that helps. Linear narrative is very different than writing branching or open narratives of DMing. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is a rather easy but boring answer, reading more. And that's the problem, by long. I have a very difficult time reading. Is that dumb? I used to be so embarrassed of that and like ashamed of myself for like having a hard time writing or reading. But I read very slow. And it's very difficult for me to read a lot. I'm a very visual person. I've always felt novels and like reading to be very, very difficult for me. I would get the shit kicked out of me in school because of it, by like in my grades. And one of my teachers thought that I was dyslexic, which is why I had so much trouble reading, but another one of them said that I was just a visual person, and then thus that's why it was hard. I don't know why, but I've always found like sitting down for a novel exhausting. I need to like read things multiple times. I like don't remember what I'm reading halfway through. I get distracted. You know, it's like very difficult and very, very annoying for me to try and read. Audiobooks help, but I feel like audiobooks don't teach you how to write. You know, does that make sense? Do you guys think that's do you disagree though? Because like I can read audiobooks. I can listen to audiobooks. That's easy for me. But I don't think that really helps you for writing because you're not seeing the writing actually on the page, right? Or what do you think? Explain once or twice. You still get the feeling of structure, and the grammar will be taken care of by tools. That's fair. We spent about 3 million years as a species listening, and only about 300 years reading. Don't feel bad. It does. I feel less bad about it than I used to, but I used to feel really bad about it when I always had a hard time reading and like getting through novels and stuff. But I've recognized just like one of my weaknesses, so I don't know how to like I wish I could like make like YouTube videos of my lore and just like upload them to World Anvil. You know, where I like describe the lore of something and like orate it. That'd be fun. So like how listening to speeches might help you with the vocal tonality and delivering speech, but it probably won't help you that much how to write a speech. Right, yeah. The layout of words, paragraphs, and punctuation tells you how to read it. I wonder if I just never really learned how to do that well, Atari. You can upload audio to World Anvil. I know I could like embed a YouTube video, but it feels dumb. Like if you went to a World Anvil and there was like articles and the article was just like a picture, would that be disappointing? Like I feel like there's like a certain expectation on World Anvil to always have writing. And I feel like sometimes I can't like I make a piece of art for something where I'm like, oh, this is this town, and I really want to write stuff about it, but all I have is like an image or like a description of it on stream. What I need to do is I need to get big enough as a streamer that I can hire someone to be my world anvil art writer. And every time I talk about some lore on stream, they just make an article for me. That's what I need. I need a professional world anvil writer. That's it. The first expense is the YouTube editor, and I've already sort of started that. The next expense is the world anvil writer. I need someone to watch all of my streams, and just whenever I start describing something, like I'm like, okay, there's this cool town in the middle of the Stormcrest Valley, and it's got like a lot of rain, so they have like cool like rain collection. That I just need someone to like write the article for me. And then I'll upload my art to it later or something, you know. You can embed YouTube videos, yeah. Use text-to-speech and a very patient editor, Fred, if you want to do it that way. They just have to edit out so much profanity and I don't know, likes and ums. That would be a torturous job. So really have notes, handwriting, trying to capture the lore you speak of. I don't know, Atari. That sounds like a large task. I have so much more in my head than I have on paper, but I think everyone does, right? I mean, Bizzo did edit a video where I was describing the lore of the Sky Knights. Like one day, I guess, I don't really remember this, but one day we did go and do a... Oh, yeah, it was when I first started the Sky Knights, the new piece for them. But I started Yuna. Excuse me. You think you can just come in here and bork at me? Like you own the place. Who elected you Empress of this household? Do I need to kick you out? Ella opened the door. She let you in, didn't she? I have a very small, moody Yorkie. You want me to play with you? I'm streaming. All right. Here's your chew. Here's your chew. Come here. She's cautious. All right. I got you. 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 All right. No, stop. You're not. No lickies. No lickies. No licky. Okay, Yuna, can you be a good girl for once in your life? We can't play right now. I'm sorry. There'll be no plays. There'll be no fetches. There'll be no chews. Can you just have a nap or something? No, stop licking me. Hey, got it. You are monkey. You have shown me monkey. Everyone thinks you're a good girl. Oh, Yuna's so cute. Oh, she's such an adorable little puppy. They have no idea the gremlin. The fucking gremlin. All 7 pounds of it. Ah. All right. I am exiling you now from this room. You are being exiled. Do you understand, puppy? She understands. All right. Commence exiling. Alright, she's exiled. Gone. Goblin, yeah. La Goblina. I call her La Goblina to her face, too. Alright. Care not, foolish peasant. Yeah, that's her. When gremlins are cute and furry on the next Oprah, unfortunately. Okay, wait, what is the stream topics? One of several note pages. These are your notes you have for Eldara? More Eldara lore. You actually have Eldara and lore pages. The Astral Flow? Endrick's armor is pieced together from different styles that are gathered from various adventures. The Founder of the Dragon Slayer. How do you have notes? This is so impressive. This is incredible. You have more notes than I do. Yeah, what's embarrassing is that you have it written down and I don't. This is... This is amazing. That deserves... Wait, how do you super react to something? Super reaction. Look at that. Look at the super nodders. That's impressive. Holy shit, man. Yeah, what the hell? That is pretty boss. I should award an A+. Dude, I have like... Do I have any more lore keeper badges? Hold on. I think I have a lore keeper badge around here somewhere. Sorry, do you know a lore keeper badge? I feel like you deserve one. Yeah, hold on. Hold on, what badges do I have here? hold on. Gallery supporter badge. Galleries. Wait, where are the lore keeper ones? Where are they? I have them around here somewhere. They're in here, trust me. Don't think I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, they're not in here. Alright, they're not. I lied. You shouldn't trust me about anything. Never trust me. I don't have any lore keeper badges. I'm gonna award you a lore keeper badge if I had some, but I think I gotta print some more. I'll send you one for lore keeper's merit. Currently I only have the gallery supporter ones for prints. That's unfortunate, but it's okay. Yeah, that is pretty dope. Fuck. Not a huge Nike fan or anything, but your hat is dope AF. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I am not a massive Jordans fan either. I do have a couple pairs of Jordans, but I always love black and gold, and the hat was shiny, so I had to get one. I used to have this black and gold hat that I'd wear on stream, but it turned into my workout hat, so I had to get a new one. All right. I think this character's supposed to have dark hair, right? I think Blaze said dark hair. Let's do a fill layer real quick so I know what we're working with. Fill 50%. Let's do our 50% layer here. Oops. Line work. Select. Maybe I should just start like uploading my notes to World Anvil. And if people want to like piece through them, they can, to try and figure out what the fuck I'm trying to talk about for an idea. You know? What kind of crazed ravings? If my entire World Anvil is just like a lunatic talking about some like impending doom or whatever. It's like a different type of World Anvil. Feel the piece you got? Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I'm using this piece as an example for when I open up commissions again, as what my new portraits will look like. Because I'll do occasionally portraits for people on stream, but they're very quick, like 20-30 minute drawings, and they're not like my full-on like character sketches. But one of my mods actually offered to buy a commission from me before I had commissions open, completely unaware of what they'd actually look like until I deliver it to him for this character. So I'll admit, I don't know much about her. He didn't give me much to go on. Just a young female knight, short, medium-ish length hair, regal, noble looking. So we're just doing in the background today while we chat. Then I was going to transition to doing some world building stuff a little bit later, but I might just finish this today if I can. I get my Lifetime World Anvil script because I'm only paying it for a monthly. I want to buy the Lifetime Sage at some point in time. I don't know if they're still doing Lifetime for Sages, because I bought Sage 3 years in a row now. it's just always the summer happens like around when my like gym membership is up. You know, it's about at the same time. So it's always like $1,000 gym membership for the year, and then the Sage right after. So I'm always like, damn it, a lifetime next year. But yeah, the lifetime memberships are sick. They're super worth it, I think. And then you get an eternal, I don't know, whatever. At whatever level. My phone keeps autocorrecting to it. Eldora? Wait, what? Is Eldara the universe or the planet, multiple planets in the star system? How big of a scope is Eldara? Okay, let's do an overview. Let's do a quick overview of what exactly is Eldara. Okay. Eldara is the setting. The world we're working on right now is Teleria. Where's our notes? Where's our shitty notes? So the setting is called the Realms of Eldara entities. The Realms of Eldara are as TLDR as I can make it. Basically imagine it as if Eldara is this large shining world in the sky. The shining white ball, the sphere in the night sky that acts sort of as the center of the realms. So you could think of it very much as it's very inspired by Jupiter and its moons, or Saturn and its moons. So you can imagine that Eldara is this massive planet the size of Jupiter or bigger. And all the realms of Eldara are the worlds that orbit around it. And there's about 25 different realms of Eldara. And so the one we're working on right now is called Teleria. And the reason I don't really get into this whole like cosmic shit and talk about the other realms of Eldara is for two reasons. One, I feel like it's kind of hard to describe unless I have art to show what it looks like with other worlds in the sky. But at any point in time in any of the realms of Eldara, you look up and you see different other worlds. So when you're on Teleria, you might look up in the night sky and see Thorash and like Anthero or something like that up in different portions of the night sky, different times of the year. Because some of the planets are very far away, so their orbits are very long around Eldara, which does also orbit around a central star in addition. So years in Eldara are a little bit longer, I think, than regular years, but I don't really know how to do that. Because I'm not good at calendar making, but I'm thinking that Eldara will be on a 20-month calendar. Is kind of where I'm thinking, but don't quote me on that. I might just say 12 months to make it easier and just ignore the spacey part of it. For me, I want to try and create as much realistic believability and legitimacy in the science fiction of Eldara, in the science behind it, to make it believable and create that sense of immaculate reality. But I'm never going to try and make it a hardcore, serious science fiction world, because I don't know enough about astrophysics to like and like, you know, astronomy to actually do this properly, to like really do it properly. Like one of my goals in life is to finish and earn my degree in astrophysics, and I'm gonna try and do that by the time I'm 40 versus we're using online courses versus actually going to school for it in person. But even where I'm at in my education, I don't know enough about astronomy and astrophysics to actually properly create a world that the science all matches up completely. But I try and do it within a realm of believability. So Eldara is this massive world that you always see in the night sky. Eldara, no matter where you are, you will always see Eldara. And you, as a player, are on the various realms of Eldara. So this map, the Shattered Sea that I made, this is a place on Teleria. Teleria is the world that we're building first. And the second reason I don't talk about Eldara all that much as sort of this cosmic entity thing is because currently in the story, where we are in Teleria right now, Eldara doesn't exist in the night sky. And it's like, okay, well, Evan, you said you could see it all the time. Like, what do you mean? That's the story my players are playing through right now. Why you're not seeing Eldara, and why, where is Eldara? What's going on? Like, why don't we see Eldara in the night sky? Why do some people talk about this before time where the sky was populated with different worlds, when for hundreds of years our ancestors have lived here in this place, and we know nothing about travelers or ancestors or visitors or anything from other worlds? Like, what is this nonsense? So that's kind of the story that you're working through in the adventure is and with spoilers for the adventure for Eldara, but part of the main adventure that people play through when I'm actually publishing these is going to be bringing the Teleria back to the realms of Eldara, because I'm developing and thinking about it like an MMO launch, where you sort of have expansion packs of different worlds opening up. And that's how I want to release different pieces of content for Eldara, is have Eldara opening up to different places within the setting. Or sort of have Teleria and use the players from Teleria opening up into the setting of Eldara. So it's kind of complicated, and Eldara itself is Eldara itself is unknown to people. You get different explanations of what Eldara is from different places and different people within Teleria and with the different realms of Eldara. Some people think that Eldara is the heavens. It's this place where your spirit goes to when you die. Some people think that Eldara is just magic. It's just pure magic, and when you use magic, you draw from the heavens from Eldara to use your magic. Really, there's no correct explanation for what Eldara is, except, you know, it's a payoff. It's like a long-term payoff for what Eldara is. For the players to actually uncover the mysteries of Eldara, that's not something I want to talk about on stream, because I want my players in my D&D game, I want you guys, if you ever decide to play in Eldara, I want you to be able to find that adventure and that storyline in the adventures. And so all you know about Eldara is it is this large white shining ball in the sky that everything orbits around and is very important to the setting. It's very important to the story. And that's kind of why I don't talk about it much, is because it's so esoteric that it seems kind of like dumb to talk about it a lot on stream. Because it's like, there's this cool thing, guys, but I don't want to talk about it because it's a secret and I don't really have any art to show off what it looks like. You know, it just seems like kind of dumb. So I don't talk about it too much. I kind of keep things contained into Teleria. And so, because I think Teleria is an interesting world enough on its own, but also Teleria, the world that I'm building right now, this world map. World map. Where is it? So the world map for Teleria, I'm slowly making maps for, right? I'm slowly making maps of different regions before I'll actually have enough to make the entirety of the Telerian map. Now, Teleria is a world that I consider to be pretty safe, pretty common. It's pretty like old school fantasy. It's pretty Lord of the Ringsy, D&D-y, Final Fantasy-y. It's very much a world that is relatable, because I think that when you're bringing people into a new story, if you're going to be playing in the world, I feel like there's a lot of like, you want something you can relate to, that you can tell your fantasy story that you like in a world that sort of absorbs that. Like I've always thought that Forgotten Realms is intentionally kind of bland, because the idea, as far as I understood it for the longest time, is that Forgotten Realms for D&D was supposed to be boring, because you are the person that brings the spice. Your player, your character, your DM brings the spice to the world. You create systems and magics and crazy things all over the Forgotten Realms that's really interesting and unique. And so for me, Teleria needs to be sort of my example of what me building a traditional fantasy world would look like. But after Teleria is built, the next thing I'll be focusing on is, and this is like years down the road, is the other realms of Eldara, these other worlds that are all orbiting this main world that you can go to. And those ones are going to be very unique and very different and very, you know, with different magic and different sort of rules and different concepts that make them really out there and wacky and different, that all kind of fit within the same realm, ideally, cohesively. But Teleria for me needs to be a place that feels like it's a good fantasy world that you can grip your claws into and say, I can build a character here, I can tell a story here. Which is why I'm trying to keep it, in some cases, then somewhat simple. But not like, God, it's hard to explain. It's like simple but boring, like understandable, relatable, but not boring, I guess. 1 month for each tier 7 patron, and then name it months after them. Yes, I will name the month after them, and I will also write it on my Pokeball in the background, Ashy, and also on my forearm. So, with Sharpie. A non-canonically created world called Infernos, where all the devils come from. Play prepared to jettison if it doesn't fit. It actually would fit more than you think, Atari, because One thing that I've changed from my fantasy, from like D&D's fantasy, is the idea of different planes of existence. So like in D&D, the hells are very important, but for Eldara, because I wanted to have slightly more of a science fiction kind of theme to it, as far as like certain ideas and concepts, everywhere that you would go to, the Feywild, the hells, the heavens, places like this, these are all physical worlds that you can go to, right? So you can travel to this place that's this mystical forest world of whatever that has crazy magic on it, and that's like the Feywild. It's not just like a different plane that you walk through. So so having this like world where all the devils and things like that would come from, that actually makes a lot of sense and definitely fits into the canon, you know, as far as like your writing goes, because everything has to have. And I also kind of want to Planets More Than Planes, yeah, because so the main reason why I talk about this is about having science fiction concepts in here, because like, Evan, you're writing a fantasy world, why do you care about sci-fi? I think that fantasy is missing something from sci-fi that I can't explain, I can't articulate well. So I'll try. Let me try and articulate it, and you guys tell me if it makes sense or if this is just bullshit. I feel like science fiction has certain ideas of exploration and wonder that fantasy doesn't. There's a certain thing that happens when you get to... Let me try and explain it like this. There's a certain thing that happens when you talk, or when you look at science fiction, whenever you talk about Earth, there's this quiet reverence, right? You could think about any movie or any depiction of Earth. Whenever the characters look upon the whole world, there's this reverence. It's like a quiet awe that comes from viewing the Earth as a whole. The pictures you see from the moon of the Earth, or, you know, in like the Overwatch cinematic, when the door of the telescope thing opens and you see Winston and Professor Winston, I think his name was, Harold Winston or whatever, looking at Earth, there's this like reverence for it. It's this quiet divinity. And I always loved that space fantasy or space sci-fi had that idea in it. And I love the idea of just this sort of like inherent feeling of exploration and intrigue that you get when you look into space. Because there's something interesting that happens when you look into, I don't know what the word for the phobia is, but when you look into the dark, when you look into the abyss, your natural senses begin to be a little uncomfortable, because that's what we've evolved for. It's why I love Lovecraftian horror, because I think that Eldritch Lovecraftian horror really plays on those like primal senses that we have. It's the idea of what is beyond the darkness. It's the sense of like when you're walking up the stairs and you turn the lights off downstairs and you're walking, you feel a little chill in the back of your neck because you know downstairs is dark. You know, maybe that you grow out of that at some point in time, but at least most people can remember that from when they're a child. I still get that when I walk up the stairs and it's dark downstairs. I'll still get this little chill in the back of my neck where I'm kind of like, oh shit. You know, it's that idea of what is just beyond the reach. What can't you quite make out? It's that inherent psychological fear that you have of darkness, of the abyss, of the depths when you're out swimming, you know, in the ocean, and you look down off where the reef falls off and you just see it like fade into dark blackness. You're like, oh shit. You know, there's something that triggers in us naturally that's this fear. But when it comes to the night sky, that darkness, something else happens. I don't quite know why. We look at it with this like possibility and like with this wonder, and you see all the little stars dotting the star ocean, you know, and to you it's more of an intrigue of like exploration than it is a fearful like abyssal sort of like experience. You don't look into dark space, you look into worlds and nebulas and stars and amazing things that happen beyond, and you can kind of look through the starscape as this wonderful experience. And it's like humans have been having this wonderful experience looking at the stars for, you know, tens of thousands of years, right? Depending on your dating of Göbekli Tepe, maybe longer, who knows. But and so I found that sci-fi does that really well. Science fiction brings the stars to you, and it makes it accessible, and you look at the stars and you think, what is going on out there? The scene at the end of Empire Strikes Back where Luke and Leia are staring out at the stars and at the galaxy, basically. I mean, galaxy. And they see all of the different worlds, and you sort of like have this sense of wonder and amazement where you're looking at it. I love that shit. And I want to try and bring that into fantasy, which is why I'm using space instead of astral sea, which I think you can still do with the astral sea. It's just not quite as fun for me. So I want you to be able to look up into the world and see into the night sky from your world in Teleria, wherever world you're on in Eldara, and I want you to see Eldara as if it was Jupiter in the night sky. If Jupiter was as close to you as the moon is to us, it would be this massive ball of like this amazing energy, and it'd be glorious and reverent, and you'd see other worlds around you, and you'd see stars and nebulas and magic, and you know that like it's like, how do I inject fantasy magic into space and then take that space science fiction that I love and that reverence of space and pull it into my fantasy without making it seem sci-fi-y, right? So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna do it right, but I'm gonna try. We're gonna do our best. And that's why I love having physical locations, like physical planets as opposed to planes. You know? Looking up seeing planets similar to my book 2, inspired by Photoshop image of what Saturn and Jupiter look. Yeah, totally. I love that. I love that image. Yeah. Star Wars is somewhat science fantasy for me, more so the Old Republic era specifically. Yeah. I love the 4E shell, especially where it's just points of light. The world is dangerous. Lots of shit happens a long time ago, and now people just struggle to survive. There's some bigger kingdoms and smaller villages and some generic gods. There's enough to me to not starve, but there's not a huge baggage or setting to read for new players. And that's also important for me, Ashy, too, is from a writing perspective, where I think it's important for you to have accessibility for writers to add their own thing in here. Like, one thing I love about Star Wars, running Star Wars D&D, is that I'll create my own planets in Star Wars D&D. So I'll have like a Jedi temple on like some random world, because there's room when you have a galaxy. When you have a single world, there's not a lot of room for you to make your own shit as a writer. Not a lot, anyway, when you have world maps and things like that, and everything is like charted or whatever. The elves have been here for 10,000 years, and every single square foot of the world has been stepped on by elvish boots or something like that over 10,000 years. Fine, whatever. But I like the idea of there being worlds that have a loose description of like, yeah, this world is like mostly volcanic and has verdant life coming from canyons within the surface of the shell, and has a deep ocean. The deepest oceans in all of Eldar are on this world, and just leave it there. And let people who are DMs that want to like run a game and like take this place that sounds kind of cool and then tell a story in it. There needs to be that like that malleability to the world as well, I think. It would crush us. Gravity sucks. That's true. It would. Yeah. What's your favorite place that you've run a game in Eldara? What's the place that you most want to run a game in Eldara? The favorite place so far is the Shattered Sea. I really, really love the Shattered Sea. Floating islands, cloud ocean, it's really cool, I think. I really, really like the Shattered Sea, and I really, really enjoy running games here. I haven't run a full game here, but I really want to run like a multi-month long, like year-long campaign in the Shattered Sea and take players from different islands to Grand Crest to Sirasishi. And like they will eventually. It takes time. And I need to find players that are committed and will want to play and whatever and all that stuff, which is like harder than you think. But as far as like places I want to run in Eldara, I don't know, dude. There's this place right here, the sort of the dawn of civilization in Eldara, or sorry, in Teleria, which is right here. That's kind of like, I have the words human empire written here, but that's not really, that's like historically there was a human empire here, but now this area of the world is like the capital city basically of Teleria is right here. It's on this island, massive, like the size of Tokyo plus huge city that has all these different cities around it in this like island kind of cluster and along the coast that are all sort of like representative of the different peoples and cultures of Eldara, or sorry, of Teleria. And I kind of want to run a game here. I want to run a game in this city specifically, and only in that city. You know, I really love city, like I loved Ravnica. Before Ravnica became a book that you could play D&D in, it was a Magic the Gathering set. And before it was Magic the Gathering set, it was Magic the Gathering set in like 2006. And when the original Ravnica came out, my friends and I, we started a D&D game set in Ravnica because we all read the 3 books that came out, and then we immediately started playing D&D in it. And so I love the idea of playing in a full city, you know? We've always used the various pantheons, our interpretations of the same gods for different cultures. So Cord and Thor are the same dude, worshipped differently by different religions. The way the clerics can bring their own god rather than have to best fit into your setting. And that's kind of, yeah, actually, that's kind of why I have my, like, cosmology chart here, where I don't really think that deities, and this is something that I haven't made up my mind on yet, but I think that deities in some ways are bad for storytelling as far as the kind of stories that I want to tell. So I have different, like, forces in the cosmology that we've, like, kind of created. The force of, like, light and astral and dark and necrotic and nature and radiant and death and whatever. And I kind of want the gods to be different aspects that people are sort of worshiping and, like, grabbing magic. But, like, you know, two gods might be nature itself that they're just worshiping and putting a face to, as opposed to, you know, creating, like, individual personalities. 'Cause I find that once you apply personalities to deific forces, it gets a little messy. You kind of go a little Greek mythology on that, if you know what I mean. So, steak is on. Okay, thank you, Ella. So, I don't know, dude. Capitalizing on that, sort of creating way for my Star Wars game. Quarter two. Yeah, and that's a great way of doing it, Eddie. I mean, I think there's a lot we can learn from Star Wars for world building. I'm very much a big fan of Star Wars for world building. I know not everybody loves Star Wars, and that's fine. But I looked at the way George Lucas built his stories and built Star Wars very much as like a mold for how I want to build my world and how I want to tell my stories. I really love that George Lucas put old mythological stories into a space fantasy kind of skin, and that was like good enough for most people. I think there's like a valuable lesson there, you know? Do you know Numenera? Because many things of the vibe you're speaking of I kind of like it. Numenera, wait, like, we're not talking Lord of the Rings, are we? That's Numenor, right? Numenera, science, fantasy, tabletop, role-playing game. Oh, wait. Numenera, yeah. So, I recognize the name. I recognize the logo. This logo right here. I recognize this logo, but I admit I have no experience with this whatsoever. I've heard it maybe from my game store days, and I recognize this logo, but I don't have any experience with it. It looks cool though. Is this like kind of like sci-fi fantasy, like space fantasy kind of thing? I dig it. This is a little more techy than I would like, but I like this. The art looks cool. And that's the problem, is how do I keep it from going techie, you know? How do I have like this vibe of like a dude steel shaping some shit, and like this vibe with like, you know, balloon cities and stuff, and like ancient runes and all that kind of stuff, without getting like robots and machines and whatever. This is cool. No, I don't have any experience with Numenera. You should run like a mini series of 3 to 6 sessions. For what? Yeah, for what, Gabby? Build a crafting way and say there's a group of people who worship birth gods. Wait, what's that? When I have a god, who they are and what they do is based on what their followers want them to be and do. It doesn't necessarily reflect on who they are, what they want. So do you find that but does ultimately at the end of the day, do your deities have personality that like can be interacted with? You know, like one thing that makes me at odds with D&D players, because like ultimately I'm building this world first and foremost as a fantasy world for myself. Then I'm trying to build it by using D&D. And the problem is every once in a while, a D&D concept comes into the world and people say, so how does this work, Evan? Because obviously if this has to work in D&D, this has to work, right? And I'm like, well, like you should be able to interact, or you can with some D&D rules interact with your gods. And so they have like personality, and it's like, oh, and then Saloon descends and she's really hot and she looks at you and you're like, damn, that's cool, dude. Hey, Saloon, can you save my friend? And you're like, sure, man, the hot goddess saves your friend. Like, I don't like to have that interactivity with the gods, if that makes sense. I don't like mortals to be able to interface with them. But I find that once you have them from like a very RPG standpoint, there's gonna be interfacing. And maybe not. Maybe I'm not thinking of some way of running it or whatever.
It's the main setting where I world build. Many things you were saying are in there. For example, they only gave you a fraction of the world map. There's actually one Earth 1 billion years in the future. Oh, cool. You build whatever you want. That's pretty sick, actually. They tell you there's been 7 prior worlds with the power of the gods, and they disappeared for some reason, but they don't tell you anything about the specifics. I like that. I find sometimes that the mysteries and the payoffs of the world have to be, like, they have to be guarded. Like, I used to sort of buckle under a lot of, like, pressure to, like, talk about more things in the world. Because, you know, very nicely people would ask questions about Eldara, about Teleria, and be like, hey, how does this work? How does that work? And I wouldn't always have an answer I want to, like, talk about. Because I'm like, oh, that's supposed to be, like, a really important payoff for the story. And I'd get some flack or some heat about that. Like, you can't do that, Evan. You can't have things hidden from your GMs. People want to play in the world. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Why not? I feel like you need to have some things like that hidden behind in order to have a payoff of story and lore. Otherwise, you're not ever giving lore payoffs, if that makes sense. And that to me is really important, is having big lore payoffs. My gods are real and they interact with followers. Their followers usually don't appreciate that. Interesting. They want their gods to reflect their biases and prejudice, and often they don't. Or they do. So they can interact with them, but it's like they push their own ideas onto it. Interesting. That's a cool way of handling it. What's up, Bella? What would you like to inform me of? Can I take her? Why is she in here again? I keep exiling this monkey. Why do you keep bringing her back to me? That's my pillow. She got under the bed. We need to do sheets. Wash her sheets now. She was passed out on my pillow.
She just wants you.
I don't care if she wants me. She doesn't get. Yuna, can you please be a good girl? Why is this dog like this? No, because she won't sleep on your chair. She's gonna try and fight me, and she wants chews. I keep exiling this dog. Why do you keep bringing her back? You tired now? Have you been monkey enough? Is she actually tired? Alright. If she stays there and is good, she can stay in here. Yes. Okay, I'll come help. I'm gonna get a new water real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Ella is putting on a steak for us for tonight for dinner. She's slow smoking it, and I need to go set that up real quick. So I'm gonna grab water, make sure the temperature's good on the barbecue, and I'll be right back. And when I return, the mediocre art will continue. BRB.
What is this? The fuck is this? Unalesca, Silmeria, Y'shtola, Mimaru, Pancake, Blair. What are you doing? You can't be here. I have to sit there. You can't steal my chair. I don't appreciate this. Why are you closing your eyes? Oh. All right. I'm sending you back to Ella's chair. You understand? All right. All right. She's been returned. She's been returned. Okay. Oh, she's out. She's out. She's off on an adventure. All right. The stake is on. I've done my job. I've gotten more water. I'm hydrated. I feel good. So anyway, yeah, we were talking about before was the first thing I need to do for Eldara then is I need to create some sort of template for how to create a character, because I know a lot of people are like really eager to play, more than I thought anyway last time I asked, in Eldara, and I want to create the adventure. But before I do the adventure, I want to create all the sort of the class components and the different like player options for how to create a player character. So one of the things we need to do this week is go through that list and figure out all the different options for creating a character. I'm excited because it feels more real, you know? The first time somebody creates a character in Eldara that, like, with the intent of playing, that I don't have anything to do with, is going to be quite a day for me. If that ever happens, I don't know. I don't want to get my hopes up. It's like all my ambitions for my world are like very high and lofty, but I also don't think that, like, I don't have a sense of ego about it. Like I will do it or whatever. Like I'll be worthy kind of thing. So I keep myself tempered, my expectations tempered. Thank you, Thorkin. Appreciate it, buddy. I'm ready for spell design for the Astral Sage now, Thorkin. I think I have most of it almost ready to get your rundown on. You are going to be the master, the guru. Tell me how bad it is when I'm done. Whether we pass or fail will be in Thorkin's hands. Okay, let's kill our sketches. We're going here, so we know what we're working with. I always love it when World Anvil raids, because I get to talk about Eldara. like such a nice shift from talking about D&D mechanics almost exclusively. You know, talk about the world and what goes into it. So I want to give her a bit more of a serious expression. But I don't know. Maybe we'll flatten out her frown a little bit. I'm sure when we remove the sketch, it'll look completely differently anyway, so I don't worry about it too much. That the concept of aliens in fantasy world usually blows people's minds. Like, I really think that for designing different like species and races in Eldara, I want to look at alien design in Star Wars. Because I always find that there's this like sense of there's this weird sense of like all your fantasy races need to sort of be based off of some like fantasy concept. But when you talk to science fiction fans, there's like almost no expectation that all their races be based in like sort of fantasy mythology. You get weird things like the cool aliens in Star Wars, you know? And I always think that's dope as hell. Because like you can really do interesting, unique ideas and you're not like tied down to being based off of like, oh, where's your elves, Evan? where's your hobbits? It's a fantasy world. You need to have hobbits. You mean you have a fantasy setting, a fantasy world, and you don't even have bird people? What is this garbage? I don't know, man. Dren and I were finding, wow, it's all the execution expectation setting. Totally. Dren and I are the example, Ashy, I think. The perfect example. The 5-head Giga Chat example. I expect nothing less from you. Of when you're like different alien designs. Now, to be fair, the Dren and I are still, I'd say, fairly safe. I don't know. They're fairly safe as far as a fantasy race design. I'm talking about things like, you know, like a Togrudo, you know, like Ahsoka. Like, she's a Togruta or a Chagrian or something. Like this, like Togrutas feel to me way more uniquely fantasy or uniquely science fiction than most fantasy races, right? Or Chagrian. Chagrians are cool, right? Like a Duros. Yeah, I need a fucking Duros in my game. Look at him. Look at how pretty he is. Look at how shiny his head is. Look at the shine. So I don't know. It's like, why can't we have interesting, like, different alien type thing going on in our games? Why do we always have to have like, oh, I have bat people. They're people, but they're also bats. You know, like I really think that fantasy is suffering from a bit of like an incestuous self-referential problem. You know, and I should have asked when more people from World Anvil were here if they thought this was a problem, but I've been feeling this like this vibration through fantasy, this like something is wrong, something is off for a while now. that like it's too self-referential. It's like every fantasy story needs to have the same fantasy tropes, which is fine, I guess, for familiarity. And like Teleria is gonna be very familiar, but I'm gonna have areas in Eldara that are not at all familiar, right? I think safe is the point, because after players have accepted the Draenei, you introduce another species from the same planet, and they accept it because lore. Then when you add the Togruta, people can't be like alien weird DX because you laugh at them. That's true. So you know what? That's actually a really good point. Is you have sort of the basis for it. You have the basis for it, and then people kind of accept it as just like, oh, this is another edition. So I read hard sci-fi. Gorkram, do you think that that's like, do you think I'm crazy? Like, here's the thing, I can't articulate with examples, and I haven't thought this through all that well in a way that it's very like, I don't have a good argument formed for it yet. But I just have this sense that fantasy is suffering because it's all so fucking predictable. It's all based on, it's like, just because you have something based in a historic, like medieval sort of fantastical setting doesn't mean you need to have all the tropes. Like Game of Thrones feels like Rings of Power, feels like Witcher, feels like Legend of the Seeker, feels like Wheel of Time, feels like, you know? But like, I don't know if that's a bad take or not. If that's like an unfair take.
I forgot to announce that I'm here with TTS, Peepo Mind Flayer.
Thank you, Duria. Appreciate it. That's thanks, man. Thanks 100 bits, bro. You already TTS. Didn't you? Or was that the other day? Shit. You open Duros, people are confused. Yeah. You don't even say they're aliens. You bury them being aliens in some deep lore hidden in the first adventure supplement, then you let players discover it themselves. Well, I don't even need them to be aliens necessarily as far as like where they come from. I just think that alien design is so interesting. You know? Like, Ashley, did you ever, I can't remember, if we talked about Final Fantasy X? Have we ever talked about Final Fantasy X? There was like, who were the really slow talking people in Final Fantasy X that felt very alien? Wasn't the Hypello, was it? No. Shit. Okay, I can't find a good example. But I feel like sometimes you get actual unique, interesting, like, species, races, whatever, introduced into fantasy that I'm like, oh shit, that's something cool and unique. But it's like, they don't have to be aliens, you know? I love the Guado reasonably so. They're the slow talking ones, right? Or no. That was the Hypello? I forget. It's a lot of tropes in world building fantasy because there's temptation to graft popular folklore or existing stuff. And do you think that originality or lack of originality is because of the closeness to folklore, or do you think it's just like a problem? Also, the fact that most fantasy is based on a hero story, which inherently makes it a persona story rather than a systematic story or a utopia such dystopia. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, dystopian fantasy is like really cool when I can find it, but if you ask me for a dystopian fantasy like story, I don't think I could list it for you. I couldn't find one. I've often referred to this problem as there is no fantasy anymore, just Lord of the Rings again. Yeah. To be fair, I don't do fantasy too much anymore because of it. Well, so I just find that there's a resistance. You know, I like fantasy and I like the basis of it, but I find there's a resistance to it when I try and do something different sometimes. When I try and do fantasy that's like non-referential, there's occasionally this weird resistance, and it's always like, it's like getting one guy in chat. It's like one first-time chatter is like really upset about the idea of like, Evan, where are your halflings? Where are your halflings? What do you mean you don't have halflings? You don't have halflings in your world? Yeah, every fantasy world has halflings. I'm a halfling in my D&D game. How can you possibly have fantasy without, you know, it's like, all right, chill, right? You know? And I wonder where that resistance comes from. It's like this idea of like this acceptance of what people think they know fantasy to be. And so when you deviate from it because you discard some part of it or you don't want to bring some part of it into your storytelling, people get very defensive about it, you know? Capella were the ones who mushed words and said, ride the shoe puff. Yeah. Yeah. They, the little frog eyes. What can I do? Miss Yuna, what can I do for you? Yeah. Those are those ones. I'm not sure if they were who I was thinking of, but there was like a much like stranger race in Final Fantasy X that I can't think of right now. Maybe I am thinking of Hypello and I'm just remembering them wrong. I read the City of Ember? No. I probably didn't read it because I don't read much because I'm dumb and I can't read. I'm stupid. So that's probably a no. Never underestimate how dumb I am. Well, I appreciate the vote of confidence. So, Alice can't read. VTuber syndrome, is it? Fishy, Ashley and I are about to start drama. Do you want to react to it on your channel at some point in time? We're going to start Final Fantasy 14 drama. If you want to react to it on your channel after I do my reaction to Ashley's clip that she made for me that I'm going to post that she's going to react to. Of me like, okay, cool. So basically, we're going to argue over what likely the new classes are, or new jobs, sorry, are going to be in Final Fantasy 14 Dawn Trail. So. Dystopian post-apocalypse. I definitely didn't read it then. So. And when I have the YouTube video in my DMs, I'm reacting to it. I'm uploading it today. Or tomorrow. I never like to say today because I never know how busy I'll be. I'm uploading it this week. A hundo. To be fair, I've never actually uploaded a video. It's either Ella uploading Rock's videos or Bizzo doing some uploading or some shit. So I have to actually figure out how to upload a video on YouTube, but I should know anyway considering I hired a YouTube editor. So. You'd think anyway. Hot Pirate Boy? Yes. I think that the Corsair, the Swashbuckler, is going to be the next class. The next job. Shit. Actually, Final Fantasy XIV is a good example of a lot of these fantasy tropes that people reference. I find that Japanese fantasy doesn't give a shit about. Because a lot of times Japanese fantasy artists or Japanese fantasy writers, so take people like behind Dark Souls or Final Fantasy games, when they try and do more European-centric fantasy, they don't give a shit about the origins of the various things and the inclusion of various things. They just do whatever they think is cool. And so you actually see more interesting things sometimes from Japanese European fantasy than you do from European fantasy. Because they're willing to throw stuff out and be like, hey, you know, it'd be cool if, you know? It'd be real cool if this thing shot lasers. And you have some guy that like talks about like sword fighting like Hema on YouTube being like, there's no lasers in fantasy. That's sci-fi. Meanwhile, in Japan, they're like, hold my beer anyway. Now, it does get a little ridiculous, I will admit. But still, I do enjoy their maybe like lack of precision, care, delicacy. Will Turner hair. Yeah, that's right. That's a Gork. Wait, there's multiple Gorks in here now. Shit. I have to get... Yeah, wait. I gotta get more specific here. That's okay. I can do it. Is it a Gork? What is a Gorkram? It's a Gork Wobbler and a Gorkram. So, yeah. Yeah. But But I don't ever full name Gorkum. Because when you full name someone on Twitch, it's like you're mad at them. It's like their mom calling them. It's like, imagine if I started referring to Ashy of Heart as Ashy of Heart. Or like Fishelin as a Galaxy Goldfish. Like, holy shit, could you imagine? Could you fucking imagine? Jesus. The problem is, I can't imagine. I know how bad it would be. Okay. I keep hitting like buttons on my keyboard accidentally with my arm. Maybe I need a new keyboard. Just for the sake of disambiguation, you call me Wob or something? Man. That would take some time to get used to though. I full name Blaze 2 weeks ago. Uh-oh. What did he do? Please be nice to your mods, Fishy. Some people do full name me. It's weird when you have numbers in your name because you wanted it already taken. Yeah, the numbers are weird. I can't do that. Like I can maybe get by full naming somebody. But there are certain people I can't full name. You can't full name someone with a number in their name. That's weird. Also, if they have like an uwu in their name or something, or like X's, like XX underscore Blade Stalker underscore XX. You know? Jacob 55. Wait, 55570. 5570. Ooh. That was weird. I used to full, like, the only time I will full name somebody sometimes is if when they follow. Occasionally when they follow, I'll full name them. Right? You know? Like, I just looked at my recent followers, like Dark Elf Twilight. I might full name Dark Elf Twilight. Or I might just say Elf for Twilight or something like that. Because full name people's weird, bro. You don't full name unless they're related to you and they're in trouble. So offline bits can't even say thank you properly. Oh, offline bits are the worst. I will admit the most committed to the commitment anyone has ever offline bits me was 5,000 fucking bits offline. That was some commitment to the troll. But also your chat loves you, that's why he gets me bits, so I don't know what you're complaining about. Good chat rap battle for the right to the Gork nickname, that's true. Okay. I don't know why, but I want to give her some scars. There's just something about being like a blade master, a knight that I feel like deserves scars. But that's the kind of thing that wasn't specified, so I don't like to add it in, you know? She's a mole under her lip, making them all sexy. I mean, look, you can ask the client. But he was very specific about her exact specific features. Ain't that right, Blaze? How you doing? I'm chilling today, Brood. How you doing, bro? I'm Raging Elder God, I'll fight you too, Blaze. The mods need to stop fighting in my chat, okay? The mods need to fight like they usually do in voice chat while I'm streaming. Okay? This is an all-out mod brawl. I guarantee there are no happy mods in here. So I don't know what they do when I'm live. I don't know what Dashto's doing with muted mic and deafened headset, but you know, that's not even a mod. What the fuck? Battle Royale in mod chat. Build or no build? You late for mod party? Okay. You know the average streamer my size has 3 mods. The average streamer my size is 3 fucking mods. All right. Yeah, no build, okay. Who plays build? I don't know, 13-year-olds with iPhones. To be fair, I haven't played Fortnite in probably 4 years, so... You know when I played Fortnite? I played Fortnite before it was Battle Royale. My friend Mike was like, hey man, you want to come play Fortnite with me? I'm like, what the fuck's that? He's like, oh, it's this cool like survival shooter game where you get to build like a base and like do tower defense stuff, and then they go out and find materials and shit. I'm like, oh, it sounds wicked. I have a pre-Fortnite Battle Royale account. That makes me cool or less cool, I don't know, but... We'll find out. I have no mods. That's pretty good. I don't know how I actually got mods. I think I just like asked some people to help me out at some point in time. They were like, okay. We feel bad because, let's face it, Evan's not gonna be a great streamer anyway, so we gotta help him out. We gotta get in there, boys. And got in there, they did. Her eyes. And we blazing light. Oh wait, not a paladin. Shit, never mind. I don't know why Blaze didn't ask me for a paladin. Do I play Fortnite once my computer gets resurrected? Do I want to play Fortnite? I don't know. Do I? I've never had somebody ask me if I want to play Fortnite before. I've never actually... I don't know what to do. I guess. And then we can play League of Legends after. Oh. We can be gamers. I'm so mad that you didn't ask me to come play Remnant with you. Like, actually, Fishy, no, I don't want to play Fortnite with because you didn't ask me if I wanted to play Remnant. So, you know? What's up with that, bro? I know you played. What do you mean? Oh, I don't play. I don't even own the game, but I thought maybe it'd be nice if you asked if I wanted to play, so. it's like fishy. Ashley sends me a message, or you send me a message when she actually played Final Fantasy 14, like once every 2 to 3 weeks, asking me if I wanted to come tank a raid. All right, she sent me a message every like couple weeks asking if I want to come tank a raid, knowing full well that I'm not high enough level, that I don't have any gear, that I'm not even in that expansion. All right, but she'd still ask, you know, and it's kind of nice to be asked to do things. Right? Like, I ask you, Fishy, if you want to come play D&D, knowing full well that you have no desire to come play D&D. So, you know, about half the tags we had. But I've never played. I don't know what half my buttons do, Ashy. I don't know when to use my cooldowns. Still better? Ah, shit. Damn. That's something, bro. All right. God, face rendering is so difficult, man. You don't want to over render anything. You gotta draw everything out. It's like drawing things is hard. I don't know who said that, but you do they? Perfect. I usually ask if you want to chat so you can continue to be a workaholic and socialize. That's true. I'm not a workaholic. I just work 18 hours a day. I'm kidding. I work like 12. But like, can you really say that what I do is work? It's like, oh, Evan was working tonight. What was Evan doing? Probably drawing like dragon girls or something. Okay, well, keep working, Evan. Oh, what was Evan doing tonight? He was working, right? No, he was building D&D adventures for his players that pay him exorbitant amounts of money. Because little does anyone actually know just how much Dashto pays me to run D&D for him. He's this rich software engineer in Silicon Valley or some shit, I don't know. All California's the same to me. And he single-handedly supports me and supports my living expenses just so I play D&D with him. People's opinions are stinky and wrong? Oh. Wait. Is Una still here? No, okay. Had to do a unit check. All right. Does she appear to be focused enough? Focus is an important feature here that I want. It's a key feature, you might say. I think so. I think we're good. Even if we weren't, I wouldn't fix it now, so. I'm not going to Gen Con. No, it is too far away and too expensive for me. I will probably be at Gen Con next year. Because my wife, Ella, was invited to sell her dice there by another dice maker. She was invited to split the part of their table with her. Or with them. So I'll probably be at Gen Con next year. I will not be at Gen Con this year. I really want to go at some point in time. I've never been to a Gen Con. I had opportunities to go to Gen Cons back when I was working at a game store, and like my store would go there to like network and shit. And actually, we won an award. We won an award at Gen Con one year for the best designed game store, years and years and years ago. And that part of that was my design graphic design that I'd done for it. So that's fucking cool. but I have not been to a Gen Con since I started streaming. Travel's expensive now, yo. That shit's unreasonable, I feel like. And I had to go to Maui late last year to see some family. So that was kind of my trip for the year, you know? Maybe the next year and a bit. One of my D&D players is getting married in December in Las Vegas, so I really want to try and swing that trip as well, but I don't think I will be able to. There's lots of travel I need to do, lots of places. Not enough air miles. Yeah, first year I've been wanting to go for like 30 years. Oh shit. Dude, have the best time. I really mean it. Have the absolute best time, and then tell me all the shit I missed. A lot of my friends are going, like a lot of other streamer friends of mine. And I really wanted to go see them, but nay, not so. Dashto's your D&D sugar daddy. When you put it like that, 6? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Dashto pays actually a pretty high monthly cost for me to run D&D for him. Everybody's always wondering, how do you get into my D&D games? How do you get into Evan's D&D games? Dashto and Ella and Jackie Felling all share. The three of them share one quality. What is it? What does Dashto, Jackie Felling, and Ella Blackwood, what do they all have in common between the three of them? That's right. They're all a tier 3 sub. Okay? They all pay me $12 a month to run D&D for them. That's right. It's pay to win. Who knew? Who the fuck knew, man? All you had to do. That's like, they pay $25 a month, man, to be in my games. Holy shit. That's not a sugar daddy. I don't know what it is. Friendship? Oh, yeah. No, it's not friendship, Vigi. No, it's not friendship. It's not friendship because not once during an entire trip to Paris did Dashto message me. Actually, that's not true. He messaged me about Diablo meme. Never mind. Friendship with Dashto rekindled. Friendship ended meme generator. Friendship ended with Dashto. Now tier 3 subs is my best friend. I'm posting this as stream topics. I don't care. Yep. Yep. I'll make one for you, Fishy. Okay. There we go. All right. Yep. It's nothing you did, Fishy. It's that I'm too busy. Too busy to play games. Too busy to play anything. Okay. Anyway. Anyway, man. That's just how it goes, bro, when you're this busy. All right, how's this level rendering? Does this look, are we on point here for our $100 portraits so far? I wanted to spend about 3 to 4 hours on these portraits. Now stream time always doubles. So if I spend 2 hours on it on stream time, that counts as an hour off stream. So we spent 4 hours today on it. That counts as 2 hours. So 2 hours for the main features, 2 hours for the rest of it. Maybe. I think we're on point for that. Offended but true, yeah. Neither of us asked for this, Fishy. And you're both here. So, if friends don't support you, then how good of friends are they? Yeah, true. How good a friend is a friend that isn't a tier 3 sub for 30-something months? Alright. Heavy armor. So actually, one thing about this character that was unique is that she doesn't have a weapon. She just has a shield. And I love that idea. She just has more shield that she uses as a weapon. You stressing out Dashto with these memes? Am I? But Dashto's a tier 3 sub. Why is he stressed out? Yeah, what is he stressed out about? Friends were some of the first major supporters at first. I was like, no, man. But then I was like, well, I guess my friends would support me. Why would anyone else? That's fair. Yeah. Mouse Minion is leading towards $150 to $200 portrait going its current direction. I don't know, dude. That seems like a lot. I mean, like, considering right now I'm charging about $400 for a full sketch, like a full character portrait. If this is 400 USD, that feels a little bit much for these to be more than 100, you know? Like, maybe, oh man, maybe you're right. Fuck, I don't know. Shit. I just had to yell positive affirmation, or here to yell positive affirmations at you and also with titties. That's fair. What else could I ask for in a friend, Fishy? Besides a Final Fantasy 14 subscription, so you can come look at my house and say, wow, neat. Besides that, that's not, you know. Right? Like, that's A. Yeah, I'm just saying. You do 100, it'll definitely seem like a great deal, though. Yeah, maybe. I hope so. I'm just trying to make them, like, accessible. I feel like a lot of my commissions for the longest time just weren't accessible to a lot of people. Because they were just very expensive. Which I'm fine with being expensive. I just don't want to be inaccessible. All right. I did a little bit of armor design here. We need to, I think, figure out exactly what's going on with her armor before we really dive into it. Excuse me. Because, like, I want to do this, like, large sort of, like, collar piece here, but... Oops. Maybe we'll make it a little more rigid. A little bit sharper. Kind of similar to what Ella's doing in her armor. Let's hold on. Let's reference her armor. Ella Blackwood. Ella. Ella sketch. No, that's an old piece. Where is the sketch for? There we go. She's a large sort of collar knight, heavy armor. Let's do something similar to that. Not quite as big, as bulky, but I don't want to do too much redesign because the sketch was already approved. And we have our like cool banner across the front that I want to keep. That was the problem. Okay, that's better. I figured it out. They've been selling art for about 35 years. Going to realize what you feel comfortable charging. That's important. Good gorget. Yeah, kind of like a gorget. I don't know. I don't want to undervalue my time, but I also think that there's a large amount of value in people having your art. And it's like, if I keep working with big clients and only big clients, then I do very few pieces of work in a year. And I don't like get to advertise that much, you know? So I'm okay working at a lesser rate. Like hourly almost. It's like when I first started doing graphic design like professionally, which is what I did before I started Twitch. I would take on clients that I knew were very visible. And every client's a visible client on Twitter now. That's just the way it is on social media. I don't know. Okay. And the ring kind of comes around on this side. All right, we're good. We figured it out. We got it. We got it. Eventually, anyway. I guess that's about finished on her face and major features. I wonder if I should color these. Get a really fine filigree bullshit in here. Because she's a knight. And knights love that shit, man. I need to like figure out also a faster way of doing this hatching for fill areas besides just using a fill brush. Don't want to do commissions. I'll charge as low as like 50 or 60 when I don't want to do a commission. I'll charge 100 and 200 for like an 8.5, 11. But oddly, people still seem to opt to pay more versus less. If I told someone $50, they'd be let me think about it. Yeah, there's a certain value that you build into your commissions when you're more expensive. It's like one of my big advices for small artists is to charge a higher value because people will treat you better. You know. Yo, roll together. Thank you for the raid, dude. What's going on? Thank you for the raid, bros. What is up? How's it going, y'all? Good to see ya. How was stream? What we do today? Did we TPK the party? Did we build the world? What was the theme of the stream today? What were y'all doing? If y'all aren't following, go drop a follow, go drop some love. Shopping. Oh god. There's a shopping episode. An actual shopping episode. How long did y'all spend shopping? Look, nothing against shopping episodes. I love to make my players shop for like 3 hours. I'm just worried. Because it always feels like the worst stuff happens during shopping montages. That's what I did while listening? Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. That is fair. Well, I appreciate the raid. Welcome in. Good to have you guys. We're doing some character sketching today. Most illustrious throughout the blaze. Sketch winner extraordinaire. Some adventures in Faerun. Oh shit, okay. I dig it. I dig it. Well, hope the adventures were good. Hope stream was challenging, rewarding, and all that. I hope you're cozy. Welcome on in. Again, if you're all not following, you can go hit that link, go drop a follow. Show some appreciation to our wonderful raiders. Anyone who just came in, you got here just in time for me to continue to make mediocre art of amazing characters. That's Pog. All right, where are we at? Where are we at? I kind of like it. It's like this heavy, like, I don't know. The quasi shopping episode Sunday. Oh, I mean, good, but I did the same today. Fair. Okay, how do you feel about the armor? Does it need to be bulkier? Like on a scale of like Dark Souls to Space Marine, we need to figure out what to make this character. I think the balance as we have it right now is pretty good. Maybe we'll do some adjustments here. For size. It feels a bit tight, to be honest, the whole thing. I kind of need to... Excuse me. Okay, we're good. I need to stretch it out a little bit, I feel like. Yes. That's better. It's like both arms are kind of like crossed together, whatever. Thank you, Action Shirts. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. I want to show her shield off a little bit more, but I feel like we can't do that in a portrait. Portraits are a little bit more... Kill some of our under sketch layer and see where we're at. Okay, it's not bad. We need to introduce a little bit of shine to the armor. A little bit of reflection. You can sort of imagine what is over on the other side of her that might be reflecting off her armor. That's decent. We'll do another core reflection on the other side. Like your art, don't get me wrong. I like a lot of art, but as an artist myself, I feel like a bit snobby-ish when it comes to others' art. So I don't know what's worth, but I do enjoy yours. Thanks, dude. That means a lot. Like, realistically, that's a powerful compliment. You know, someone liking your art is like, it sounds like a common thing you might hear, but it really isn't. It's more rare and special than people give it credit for. So thanks, dude. That's I appreciate that. I always enjoy when artists I respect enjoy my work as well. That means something extra too. So there's that. All right. We need to add some batters and dents and stuff to her armor, because like character entire point is that she's wearing a shield, so she's like in the thick of it, getting smacked. I'm sure Blaze will be okay with it. Same shadow. Do some divots. It's kind of an awkward one there, but whatever. Some scratches and scuffs. Okay. I think I need to walk away from this for a little bit. I've been staring at it for too long. And before I finish the armor, I need to like actually walk away from this piece for a little bit. Now I gotta get the thing of the song stuck in my head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're trying over here to get songs stuck in your head. No. I was like, people like my art, but I kind of feel like it means more when another artist likes it. Like they understand what goes into it, or just creative process. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's always very meaningful when another artist is positive about what you do, because yeah, they do understand. Like I try not to make it a bigger deal than if anyone else does. I try and value everything together, but it doesn't. It's just different, you know. It's nice. 2-minute long ad. Uh-oh. That's rough. That's actually rough. But the food cup sits in front of her mouth, convenient while traveling and fighting. Just eat some snacks. I think it looks like a food cup. All right. Well. Anyway. Okay. I guess that's enough for today. All right, Cobalt officially hates the piece, and that's no, I that's about enough. All I can really do as far as staring at one piece. The subathon did increase my fortitude, I feel like, but still with like drawing on one piece at a time, I think my fortitude's still about the same. So great stream. Thanks, Guapo. Thanks for chilling today, guys. I appreciate it. So tomorrow we might finish this piece off. I might we might start our Mithara, or maybe our Scuffed Vieira. I don't know. I don't know what tomorrow's gonna be. Tomorrow's either gonna be more character sketching, or we're gonna do some character race concept design, because I want to have sort of a male female of each different of the. Oh god, that's like 30 pieces of art. That's 30 arts. That'll take me 4 years to do. No, I have to get better and faster. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna get better and faster and do 30 arts for all these characters a lot sooner than you would think. Shit, I just had a small panic attack. Anyway, so yeah, have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. We'll be live at 10. If you aren't following on any of the exclamation social rules, there we go. That's where I'll be posting it when it's done. Is all around there. So, I don't know, man. I guess have a good rest of your day. If you're playing Final Fantasy later, I'll see you guys on game. I'll probably be on. I'm trying to take some time every night and say at the end of the day, at the end of, you know, at like 8 or 9 p.m., I want to try and get on Final Fantasy 14 or a game and just play it for a little while and not stress. So I might be on. That's like a strong maybe. But if not, I'll catch you guys tomorrow at 10 on the 2nd for a lovely Wednesday stream, hopefully. But anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate y'all. And until next time, my friends. Farewell.